I am here to serve your will, for that is my civil duty. Hello there, everybody. I see a lot of everybody in here. Dürfte jetzt mit Shotgun Schutz around to set my area to mid 70s and not high 90s. Hello there, Darkseid. Hello. Hello, fellow most attention. Voiced. Hello there, General Voiced. Dio. Hello there, Dio. Dives back into the good old Fort Dramais Island and begin loading the guns. But Darkseid, the USS No Go doesn't have any working turrets. How are you going to operate the guns if you cannot even turn them? I'm pretty sure you cannot even raise the cannons themselves. I fixed them. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Dear Lord, what a start. And Rainbow did not come yet. Which is wild. Dear God in heaven. So, what do we have today? Well, I took a fucking nap, a 3-hour nap. It was wonderful. Okay, let me get my Gamer Subs potion done. I have the water, I have the ice, I have the powder. Let's mix it all up. That will do. Now, time to shake. And I'm going back over Chingli's lesson plans. Nice. Nice. Come on, shake it up, shake it down. Shake it into oblivion. Dear Lord. Okay, what do we have today? Today we have 5 entire videos to react to. One of them being over an hour and a half long. Yeah, we will be here for a while today. Oh, and some of those videos will be fucking wild. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you immediately. Yeah, that should be enough. Okay. To open this Reaction Friday, we have the absolute classic that is almost always inevitable. HLC, Habitual Long Balls Line Crosser. Finally dropped a video, honestly, as scheduled. Surprise attack. A surprise attack, wait. Right, because America a few days ago attacked the Shiite militias in Iraq. A hour and a half, are you good? Do you need help? Nah, it's good. It's alright. 6 videos if you want to see the chibi teacher of weapons taking a break. What? I beg your finest fucking pardon? Pardon? We will see how it will go up. Go up or go out? Oh, you rat bastard! Speaking of Rainbow! Hello there! You came just in time for the start. Let's go. Let's go.
For my run in 2028, I will solve America's homeless problem.
You will just kill all the homeless. Lolly, you also were talking about me? No, I was asking where the hell are you? Let's go.
Buff, we can't bomb Los Angeles.
Oh, come on, Uncle Sam. Why won't we just nuke bomb Los Angeles at this point? This is literally the biggest it is Los Angeles is literally the biggest physics center in the world, right behind India. Like, I'm not even kidding. You're like, well, you can take him home with you. Hey, yo, what the fuck? I didn't even touch my Gamer Subs yet. Ain't this boy's parent? Okay, let's continue.
I mean, we can. It's more like a guideline, like we shouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah. My uncle lives in LA. Let him relocate first before New California. Good idea. Good idea. We will transport him to Texas. Not with that. Here's your problem since you decided to adopt him. Not with that attitude. Oh my god. The lore thickens. Dear God. Hey, where is...
What do you think?
Like a guideline, like we
I think we broke him a bit. Yeah, a tiny bit, maybe.
shouldn't.
No. What do you think? Listen, I'm refining myself here, and I'm coming up with real solutions. It's a 3-part solution.
I'm listening.
Okay, Mr. Politician, since you had this bright idea, let's go ahead and start this video off this way. How are you going to solve America's homeless problem in its entirety?
Oh
I put a
boy.
lot of thought into this.
Oh my god, I'm scared to imagine. Ain't a matter of attitude, I am too young and too well young. Was about to say beautiful, but keeping it realistic. Anywho, I'm too young to adopt a 20-year-old. Something autistic. 20-something autistic adult. First of all, I am 22. I am older than you. Oh, but yeah, that is way too unrealistic anyway.
Okay, so step 1, we bring back asylums, because let's face it, there are
Yes.
some people that no amount of medication can ever make them functioning members of society.
Yeah, that's what I say, young bitch. I know.
Let's just be real.
We may need some more regulation on that nowadays because asylums were like safe havens for human experimentation. While they did yield some good medical results,
Good. Those are fucking scum of society. Their lives value way less. Let's be objective here. So who cares if they get experimented in asylums? Just saying.
they were morally and ethically questionable.
Step
Okay.
2, we put all the trans people in there.
Yes. Hell, this week was in mostly 140 to 98 degrees Fahrenheit with humidity and fire smoke from Canada. Jesus fucking Christ. That's scary.
I'm just kidding,
For the record, Rainbow and Dio, in Celsius it's like between 40 to 48 degrees Celsius. Like in that fucking ballpark. God damn, yeah.
Reagan always opened up with a joke. I figured I might as well. No, besides, Muslims are way higher on the list.
Wait, what?
Buff!
I'm just kidding. Reagan always opened up with a joke. I figured I might as well. No, besides, Muslims are way higher on the list. Step 2, we drastically expand America's, drug treatment facilities and like, halfway houses and stuff like that.
Huh.
I mean,
Okay. That's bullshit. We all know Canada isn't real. Canada was made up by Illuminati to try and harass the Americans. So the British could try and harass the Americans. Canada is a British tea drinking psyop. Dear God. Fun fact, saw a financial audit and a chick was 160k in debt last time before I decided to leave the video. And it's from a college and a car. What? Freaking what? Yes, we are from the government and we are here to help. Should scare you to hear. Oh, sorry, I need to say it properly. Yes. We are from the government and we are here to help. Should scare you to hear. Yeah, it should be scary as fuck because the government is way too fucking brain dead to do anything right. Besides wasting money. They are good at that. No, Canada was invited by the Indians to end up Snow Mexicans reality. Oh my god, Dio! Okay, let's continue. Otherwise, with this pace, we will end the video on a 1.5 hour mark. Let's continue.
Aside from the cost, it's actually not a half bad idea because most of them are struggling from some kind of drug addiction. But
Dear
you have
God.
repeat offenders and stuff like that. And I mean, how are you going to convince John Q. Public that they're going to want to pay for that?
Oh, that's step 3, my boy.
Huh?
Step 3. We make it federally legal that if a homeless person begs you for money or loiters on your property, you can use physical contact.
What?
Actually, fuck it, just violence. Physical violence against them. They have 2 choices. Get better or get these fucking hands.
Fair.
And that's where you lost me. Come on.
But not lost me. To be honest, this is fair. If a homeless fucker stops you and asks for money, fuck that fucking motherfucker. Like, he can go fuck himself. Because I ain't giving my money to anybody. But then again, Canada might become some new states and become a state and become state. Oh, you mean as an American state? To be honest, that is probably the best thing that can happen to Canada. But Canada will have to get in the line because it will be probably the 54th state if my track is right. Like the 51st will know. Israel 52nd, it's, if I'm not mistaken, Greenland. 53rd is Twitter. 54th will be Canada. Look, it isn't right, but is it true?
Buff. I mean, most of the United States don't even have mutual combat laws anymore.
Huh.
Yeah, I might have lost you, but I got them. And
Yeah.
besides, all 50 states have mutual combat laws if you're not a
Someone trying to leave Canada and Trump said join us. Absolutely fair. Absolutely fair.
bitch.
This is kind of
All 50
Jesus.
states have mutual combat laws if you're not a bitch.
Yeah.
this is kind of
Nice,
old
yeah.
news. I just forgot to mention it in the last video. Hey, Russia, did you just lose another Su-57? Was
Oh,
that
yes.
us? Someone needs to get a medal if that was us. No,
Yes.
The Ukrainians are not powerful and have good enough sensors and radars or anything to be able to shoot down my 5th, maybe plus, generation stealth fighter.
You don't have engines good enough for the aircraft to be a truly 5th generation fighter. Shut the fuck up, you Slavic special ed Down syndrome wolf motherfucker eating cheese grilled sandwiches at night while hearing his mother being plapped by a Buffy belt for head Slayer B-52 buff. Shut the fuck up. Yes, they shot themselves. Of course. Of course they fucking did.
We shut it down ourselves.
you know that's not any better, right? You might as well
it's
just say
worse.
they
It is absolutely worse. He got so pissed he almost forgot the insult. Yeah.
did it.
Arguably worse. That's like saying, hey man, you want to fight me? Hold on, let me punch myself in the face a couple of times before we get started.
Just
No, it's not the buff. It's night. At night, it's B2. No, B2 is B2 is just a crackhead. But the one who is plapping Russia's mom is the Buffy the Forehead Slayer B52 buff. It is always only the buff with Russia's mom. So no.
wait. My next wave of drones and missiles
Yeah.
will really show them this time.
Oh yeah,
you know
sure
your
about that?
terror bombing at this point just does nothing but pisses us off, right?
Yeah.
Where did that come from? Hey, who?
Last video B2 asks for her number. Buff will never give away his treasure. You know that, Darkseid? He will never give his treasure.
It was Russian? Where did that come from? Hey, who? It was Russian?
Poland?
I don't like Russians.
Will you
boy.
keep control of your missiles? Because there is only so long I can keep pulling on Poland and convince him not to fold your ass.
Dear God.
It was a misinput. You calm the fuck down. You too. Okay, kurwa.
Pulling down a most critical, but it will not work, I swear to God.
You just wait till I have a missed input and I make Moscow Polish again. It was 2 years,
Oh,
like
boy.
fucking 300 years ago, during the Russian time of troubles. You have 1 million casualties.
Yeah, our the current times are not different from like 3,000 years ago. Or 300, whatever. And the last time I checked, Russia is always a cheat show. Like, if you look into Russian history, it was always either a giant piece of shit or a giant piece of blood. There's no difference at this point with Russia. You don't think Bob will share that lady? Nah. He wants that thick Russian fat ass all for himself. And besides, while Russia's mom private area is pretty big, it will not be big enough for 2 bombers. Just saying. Hey, Broski. Oh, hello there, Voltron. Dear God.
You've lost thousands of tanks, aircraft, ships, boats, planes, everything.
Yeah. At this point, Poland could legit just solo Russia on their own. So true. What are you videotaping for it? What are you videotaping it for, Buff? I don't know.
You're in the time of troubles, you fucking dipshit.
Time of troubles. Oh shit! It's like that. I got one time your mom tried that thing. I'm not a big fan of. There was no reason that we needed to have a goat present. What am I, Middle Eastern?
Wait. I
In
got
the
lost.
time of troubles, you fucking dipshit.
I got lost.
Time of troubles. Oh shit! It's like that. I got one time your mom tried that thing. I'm not a big fan of. There was no reason that we needed to have a goat present. What am I, Middle Eastern?
You fucking play.
What the hell was Assad doing in Russia's mom room? What the hell? So wait, I'm going to change my name. Oh, don't worry about it.
I know. Shut up my mouth or whatever the fuck you're gonna say. Do it, bitch.
Do you really have members of the Senate berating Dr. Fauci, who was
Yes.
responsible for trying to keep Americans alive during the most recent pandemic?
He fucking created the COVID lockdown, you piece of shit. Country that shall not be named. See Bob shares her. Only for the cameraman. Dr. Fauci, pretty much the guy who said, oh yeah, COVID-19 is going to kill us all if we will not close ourselves down. He was literally one of the main reasons the pandemic, the lockdown happened. And he is the reason why pretty much the entire world changed, to be honest. Like, the world doesn't feel the same at this point. Plot twist, Russia's mom was Iranian. Nah. Russia's mom is old enough to not be Farsi. But no, let's be honest, she's Slavic. Like, she's pure Slavic. Yeah. All the curses of the world shall be thrown into him. Very deserved. Not deserved. We need to bring Moses back and yeet the 10 or whatever curses at him. Like, not curses, but the 10 plagues. You know what I mean. From the Bamidbar times. Just saying. That would be super fair to that piece of shit.
Look, man, my shit is missiles, radars, drones, planes. What kind of planes? I'm not a virologist. While I feel like some of his decisions that were made were not self-serving, genuinely for the betterment of the public, pleading the fifth, that's not really a good thing.
Yeah, pleading the fifth while you have a presidential pardon is not really a good idea. What about now? Word Junior. Oh, that's good enough. And cathartic since he's a modern miracle worker. What? Wait, Fauci? Modern day miracle. You're about Moses. Yeah.
It's not a good look in general. I could completely understand that.
That's saying you did it. Wait, I did what? I did what, Darkseid? Never mind. Dogs are considered modern day miracle workers, and you know the equivalent of the past to the past. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Bleeding the fifth. No, I didn't. Fauci tried. Fauci tried bleeding the fifth, but he's failed. So it's cathartic if you ask me. Yeah, pretty much.
It's not a good look in general. I could completely understand that. But also getting rich while trying to save American lives. Also, not a good look.
Yeah, not,
I thought
not
he
a good
couldn't
one.
plead the fifth because he got pardoned.
I am also not a professor of constitutional law. I have never in my life heard of circumstances in which an individual doesn't have one of their fundamental rights. So,
to be honest, I always hear pleading the fifth. I have no idea what the fifth is. Sorry, I'm not American. So I have no idea. Pleading the fifth. What does that mean? Pleading the fifth means a person uses their constitutional right to stay silent and refuse to answer questions to avoid saying something that might incriminate them. This right comes from the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution, which states that no person can be forced to be a witness against themselves in a criminal case. So he's saying I have the right to shut the fuck up and not answering you, because the answer might be very, very not good for me. Okay, I get it. I get it now. Yeah, the dog fucked that. Ah, yeah. Oh, that's what that means. I heard it so many times, but didn't get it. Yeah, I didn't get it either until now. Now I get it. Now I get it.
I don't know. I don't know the rules on that. I understand what the senator or congressman said, and that he doesn't have that ability, but I've never in my life heard of someone having to give up one of their fundamental rights just because they got a pardon. Like I've never.
That's wild.
I'm genuinely curious. It doesn't make any sense to me. So berating him was just political theater. Theater. Ooh, that word is hard in this accent.
Damn.
Well, that depends on what happens next. If he's held accountable, either civilly or criminally, then no, it's not political theater. And
yeah. Ironize how he ran his mouth during these times and now pleads the fifth. Ironic. Ironize. Oh my god, ironize. Oh, that's a new fucking word. Ironic and nice. Into one word. Fucking nice. From what I can understand, is the pardon mean you can't be convicted for anything for that thing. Fat finger by mistake, yeah. Can be convicted for anything for that thing. If I'm mistaken, you can get the presidential pardon, at least in Israel. You can get the presidential pardon only if you admitted your fault, meaning you can easily be convicted. But now that you can be convicted, you're given the presidential pardon and basically walk scot-free. Ironize is a fire word though, yeah. Rainbow created a new word by accident. Fucking, we will be using that now.
They were absolutely true and correct when they said that he didn't have that fundamental right. But if nothing happens and everyone just gets mad and posts shit all over Twitter, yeah, political theater.
Yeah.
I'm going to save you on this one, boss. I've been around a long time. Not as long as you, but if a politician is speaking, it's political theater.
Ukraine, in the last video, we talked about, and the only reason I'm bringing this up is because they actually said this. In the last video, we talked about you blowing up that ship that was supposed to be bringing me supplies in the Caspian Sea. And I want to remind you that any aggression towards me is obviously you operating at the behest of Israel.
Are you fucking retarded? Nope, as a president got pardoned for Watergate scandal. You're talking about Nixon, and I think I remember that the first election was talking about it. The president who replaced him after that, Gerald R. Ford, the only one who got the presidential seat without being elected, so he couldn't be punished for doing that. No, I think he got convicted. He was busted. He stepped down, and then Ford, his buddy, pardoned him, so Nixon could not go to prison. And with that logic, the conviction just disappears, and his criminal record is clean. I think it works like that. I have no idea, to be honest. I have no idea. I go and ask a lawyer about it because I have no idea, and I am not qualified nearly enough to know anything.
Do you have goat semen in your ears? Look, man.
Ukraine, what a fucking line to start. Yeah, mostly it's confused to start all the loves. Yeah, dear God in heaven, Ukraine. But yeah, speaking of Iranian, Ukraine working on the behalf of Israel. You're fucking serious? I don't remember which direction that ship was going, but I'm pretty sure it was an Iranian ship going to Russia with a bunch of parts for drones, for the Shahed drones, I believe, or some equipment or ammunition or whatever. And Ukraine blow it up because it was going to Russia. Either that or it was a cargo ship that was going from Russia to Iran for to send out supplies or whatever, like maybe some I don't know, S-300, 400 equivalent for that, maybe some planes. And either way, it had something either by Russia or for Russia, or from Russia or for Russia. So yeah, it should have been blown up by Ukraine anyway. Like in my state, it's legal to shoot fireworks off after midnight, but I have listened to them being shut off past midnight. Damn. Solos are very important, while some of them are nobody cares about them. Yeah.
I made this very clear in the last video. It's like Russia was moving equipment that could be used for military purposes. I destroy it. Like it's not very hard to understand.
Oh, God. Iran changed the fucking record, dude. Seriously. I'm so tired of it's the Jews. It's always the Jews. Bro, think of something fucking...
You know it's a fucking farce when fucking Buff is getting tired of this. Like, out of everybody, Buff would be making fun of blaming the Jews all the time for the fancies. But even he is tired of it now. Jesus Christ.
In house, man. Don't get me wrong. They ain't perfect, and I call them out for plenty of bullshit whenever they do it. You know, gun clipping.
Buff. Oh, come on, man.
Tunnels under New York. USS Liberty. Still kind of upset about that, but anyway.
USS Liberty was a fuck up. We admit it. We paid for it, we can't present it, whatever, not talking about it. Or like there's another state that says you can't carry ice cream in a back pocket. Who the fuck does that anyway? Some laws are enforced in some situations. For example, being black is illegal. I mean, being Mexican and President Association. I mean, being Mexican and presidential assassinations are a situation. Horse thieves. Yeah. Whatever.
But dude, seriously, you're fucking...
Oh, sorry, that was me.
Digging tunnels under New York. USS Liberty stuck...
Who the fuck digs tunnels under New York? Like, it's a shit... It's a chick... My tongue! It's a shithole anyway, so why the hell would you dig the tunnels in New York? Whatever.
Kind of upset about that, but anyways. But dude, seriously, your fucking Ayatollah, if he could walk or was even fucking alive, stub his toe and he's like, God, the Jews!
Yeah. Being Russian and hating the French is also a federal law. It is like, you mean, like, if you're a Russian, you must hate the French with every ounce of your blood. Fucking wild, man.
They are the #1 aggressor here in the Middle East.
Pot is calling, Kettle the pot is so black, even their piece is telling you to lighten up. We are never gonna leave that one tunnel under the synagogue. I have no idea what you're talking about, dude, let's be honest. They put ice cream in their back pocket to lure horses away so they could say, I didn't do it intentionally. Fucking what? I got the idea from Jana in the comics. Okay, I guess I will see that later today.
Have you considered, like, not funding terror groups that attack them randomly and then surprised when your terror homies get bodied and killed? And innocent people? It's kind of hard to tell the difference when they don't wear a uniform. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Why would I do that and even listen to you in the West? You are their little lapdog.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Oh, they already saw it when she slurred out spy. Ah, right. I remember it.
No. You're just a piece of shit.
You know it's a fact when even Saudi admits it. Like, Jesus. And speaking of Iraq...
What in the hell, Saudi?
Yeah, that was a joint operation. Sorry we couldn't warn you ahead of time, but we don't really trust people in your country. But don't worry, all 20 of them were IRGC. Verified.
Saudi, it was supposed to be us against the Zionists. No. It is regular Muslims that want to live in peace against extremism.
Damn.
Why do you think the extremism laws in all functioning Middle Eastern countries are so fucking strict? Because we don't put up with the bullshit like you do.
Yeah, tell that to Qatar. Whatever.
Oh shit, dude. We're bombing Iraq again? Holy throwback. Don't worry, Bush. We'll get Katrina this time.
That plane has done so many drugs. At this point, I'm wondering if he would be more or less scary sober. Now, Iran.
Probably more scary if he's sober. Quick, Jana, be racist. Fucking French piece of shit baguette. I will put your fucking bottle of wine into your ass. And it goes on. My fancy hates your whole thinking race. Hurt, don't it? Yeah.
Whatever. We have stopped bombing your country after like 12 days of doing so. You have about 20% of what you had previously. Let's open the door and maybe start having a conversation. Sorry to interrupt you two lovebirds, but we got incoming.
Huh? Oh, come on.
Guys, fireball.
All right, we got birds
Well,
away.
shit.
Splash
Okay.
on all incoming TBMs. Fucker thought he was quick.
Surprise.
Nice. A sober P2 would be fucking terrifying. So true.
Oh, you got me there, man. Dude, he's super sneaky. He like disappeared.
God damn it, Uncle Sam. Will you tell Washington to stay the fuck out of war? You cannot negotiate with people that want to kill you. So here's what you do. You tell the politicians, hey, take a back seat. Your job was diplomacy. Mine is war. You failed at yours. I'm not going to fail at mine. And you just tell them to stay the fuck out of the way, and we keep killing them until whatever's left of whatever version of Ayatollah they're on walks up and says, hey, can you please stop murdering us? And then we decide if that's a good enough fucking deal.
Yes. Absolutely yes. Fucking, it's about time. Bring back Linebacker 2. Bring back, I don't know. Make a... At this point, it's better to do a massive ground invasion, I'm just saying. He would be more scary as he would let the enemy know he's coming and still drop everything, even the kitchen sink and toilet, yeah.
Listen, Buff, I've been here 250 years. I agree with you.
Yes.
I think you guys just saw my mouse on... Wow, that's...
Yeah. Damn.
Shouldn't have had that on that screen. Anyways, so
Okay.
I'm going to just go ahead and quote General Sherman here.
Oh.
War is cruelty. There is no use trying to reform it. The crueler it is, the sooner it will be over.
Absolutely based. Glass them, yeah. Glass all of them bitches. It's all fun and games till this... It's all fun and games till the sky starting melts in pixels. Yeah.
The reality is, the IRGC doesn't want peace. They don't. Under any stretch of the imagination. Making peace with anybody is a very Western ideology.
And very risky, let's be honest.
Most of them out there in the world aren't going to be satisfied until one of them no longer exists. And I tell you right now, if we moved out of there and they wiped Israel off the map, they would still be at war with one another because of different tribes, different factions, slightly different belief.
Oh, yeah, them terror monkeys have been killing each other for fucking millennia over whoever that has the best fucking imaginary friend in the sky.
I'm a student of history.
Yeah.
I pay attention to things that have happened. I know what all-out war looks like. I've never seen it personally. I've studied it heavily.
Mm-hmm.
More people were killed on mainland Japan with napalm than both atomic bombs combined. Most Americans don't know that. The Berlin firebombing. 90,000 people killed by Americans, Canadians, and British in about a week.
Jesus.
These things are awful. But oftentimes, to win against someone who is that devout, you have to put them into a precarious position between a rock and a hard place, where what is more important to them? Remaining in power or the continued existence of their people.
Are you speaking of a genocide?
No, that...
Genocide would be you just want to kill them all bitches without any restrictions. That's a different thing overall.
Would be easy. We could do that in 5-6 hours.
Yeah.
What I'm speaking of is hitting military targets, infrastructure, and any way that they could use to build anything so hard that they have no choice but face annihilation. It's not ideal, and of course we would try and mitigate civilian casualties as much as possible, but I challenge anyone to find a war in human history where innocent civilians were not killed. You won't find one.
Yeah.
I've never seen one.
There's none.
Also,
genocide would be the easy answer. So true. It would be so easy. Like, we all heard about those stupid accusations of Israel is committing a genocide. They're genociding the Palestinians since October 7, 2023. If Israel actually wanted to commit, like, I'm pretty sure you all heard this 1,000 fucking times. If Israel wanted to commit a genocide, like a textbook genocide without any fucking restrictions, it would be done in fucking one night. Like, it would be super easy to do. And that is very easy to figure out when you start thinking with common sense and a little bit of math. I don't think I ever said this, but the Gaza Strip is 140 square miles of territory, and only 110 or 100 square miles of it is populated with over 2 million Gazans, Palestinians, whatever you call them, fucking Arabs. For the record, the Brooklyn neighborhood is 70 square miles. Gaza Strip is literally the size of 2 Brooklyns. And as you can understand, the fucking population density is wild, especially when not the entire territory is used for population. And so, they don't have any air defense. They don't have any artillery. Only rockets. That's all they have. And like 90% of all the rockets are pieces of shit from sewers that did not even leave Gaza Strip in the early days of the war. And it is super easy to flatten that entire territory in one evening. Like, we have hundreds of aircraft. We have one of the most powerful air forces in the world. We're easily in the top 5 at this point. And we have over 100 of F-16, like up to 100 F-15, 50 F-35s, and we also ordered like 25 or 50 more F-35s at this point. And we manufacture our own missiles and bombs, and we also have tons of American-made missiles and bombs. We can flatten, we can just destroy that entire territory with no issue in one day too, if we want to have fun, like in a twisted sense. Like, it won't be an issue. It would be stupid easy. So, to everyone who is saying Israel is committing a genocide, fucking try to put 2 and 2 together, I swear to God. Say it with me, let's send a musical voice in a musical voice. Retards! Yes, one night, that's way too long. Yeah, it would be 9 or 10 hour tops. Fair. Maybe even one morning, I don't know.
Oh, this is like day one OPSEC stuff. Whoever's in the Middle East right now, can you stop posting videos and pictures of strikes and things like that? Stop giving the enemy BDAs, which is battle damage assessments.
Jesus. If we actually wanted to kill the Gazans, we fucking could, but we shoot ourselves in the foot. It is literally that easy, just firebomb them and they will start dropping like flies. So true, dear.
They know how close they are. They know what adjustments they need to make. Stop doing that!
Jesus.
You've disappointed me. Although I will say, when I was required mandatory online training, this wasn't happening. Okay, everybody calm down. There's just some people at the border who want to come here into Spain and just experience a new life.
In the last 2 days, Spain got flooded by over 60,000 illegal immigrants from Morocco. Yeah. And of course, those were like old men, fragile ladies with children. Sure. Look into the footage. Fucking young, able-bodied men on boats. Like all of them looked like they are in their late teens or like in their 20s or 30s. Yeah, sure. Women and children that want to find a better life. Sure. Yeah.
Spain, you literally have thousands of people pouring over your border from Morocco. You should deploy some kind of force to like at least organize it a little bit.
Yeah.
No, they are mostly women and children looking for a better life.
Sure, fucking sure, man. Sure. You can say that without looking at the footage. But here's the problem. People will look into the footage. Those are not women and children. Yeah. Yes, the 80,000 Moroccans said by Mossad gotta be one of my favorite tricks. So true, dear.
I don't think I've seen a single woman and or child in any of the videos I've seen.
Yeah.
All of them are military-aged males.
Yeah.
I don't know how Morocco aligns. That's not really a part of the world that I paid attention to very much. But this could be problematic.
Oh, shit, man. I can't wait to visit Spain next year. You guys are going to have a whole new, like, holiday. The running of the immigrant.
Dear God, Pop. Oh, God. That was super nice. And we extended the length of the video by 3 times. Quite literally 3 times. Dear God. Hell yeah, metal. Oh, hello there. What's up, dude? Hello there. It's your mother. You are not my mother. Hello. Who's your favorite metal bands? The fuck are you talking about? Hold up. Hold the fuck up. Something ain't right here. I'm not saying shit. Give me a minute, I need to check something. Yeah, no, that ain't happening. That ain't fucking happening. You're going to the Shadow Realm, personally. I'm holding it, better not pee myself. Yeah, you won't be peeing yourself because you fucking disappeared. Who's this NJ? I don't know, but he can go fuck himself into oblivion. I'm not taking any chances. Let me fix a few things here. Oh, that will do. Cares if I ask why? Because there's a high chance it could have been an artist or some fucking weird bot. Or just a weirdo. I'm not taking any fucking risks. Ah yes, my favorite Spanish holiday. The Rise of the Eisenkot Part 2, damn. Artist, weird bot or weirdo? Yeah. Pretty much one of these 3. And by artist, I mean a Twitter artist, or to be exact, quote-unquote artist, who will scam the fuck out of you and give you an AI image. Like, I had experience for that. Oh, no safe for work. No, just a scammer. Just a scamming scammer. Yeah. You cannot negotiate with a tiger when your head is in its mouth. So true. Oh my god, I am Oh, well, I almost felt called out. Don't worry about it. Besides, you did not tell me that you're an artist until like a month after you were on my streams. So you're alright. You're alright, Rainbow. Besides, those scam artists have a very obvious pattern. You can easily recognize that this is a scammer. I'm just saying. Nor do I think I am still learning. True. Okay. We got a little bit sidetracked. Let's continue watching videos. And this one, that's that banner on his thing was definitely yeah. So let's go to the next video, and this is going to be a fucking wild one because, like, the title itself is wild. Israel's lost Barney TV show. I had no idea that Israel had an exclusive Barney the Dinosaur. It is about to be Journey the Dinosaur, yes. It is about to be fucking wild. Let's go. Okay, that is obviously don't want to be political.
An Israeli television producer convinced the owners of Barney the Dinosaur to let him remake the entire show from scratch in Hebrew. And not just a dub of the English show, an entirely new rewritten production set in Tel Aviv for Israeli television.
Wait.
The entire show from scratch in Hebrew. And not just a dub of the English show.
Will I recognize some of them?
Rewritten production.
Wait, I think I recognize some of this for some of these episodes. I used to watch Barney a lot when I was a kid. Oh yeah, Zionist Barney gonna be my favorite Jewish kid, please. Yes. I will show you some things before you finish stream. Also, for real, in Tel Aviv. Yeah, apparently, yes. Bert is declining his mother's voice. That was not a mother's voice, just Ellen. Whatever.
Set in Tel Aviv for Israeli television. It became one of the country's biggest children's shows. It sold more than 100,000 videos and it established Barney as an Israeli culture icon.
Channel 2 of Israel. Jesus.
This is one of the deepest rabbit holes in Barney history. It was the first time the show had been completely handled outside the United States, and the result is unlike any version of Barney you've ever seen. It was culturally specific, intensely supervised, strangely liminal, enormously successful, and is now somehow largely lost.
Weird. Often gasp, you dare silence your my autistic crow. That was not my mother. I recognize my mother. That was not it. Reminds me of Operation Grandma, my favorite Israeli movie. Jesus. Gasbeard, get the wooden spoon and discipline your child. No! No, dear God, no.
This is the complete story of the lost Israel Barney television show and why we might finally be on the verge of finding it all. Welcome to the Barney Desk.
Question. From which to what period of time that Israel exclusive show was aired? Because I remember watching Barney the Dinosaur in the like early 2010s, like up to 2013, 14 probably. Like, was that still the Israeli version, or was it now the American? A Russian child PTSD the wooden spoon. No, I'll get event. Dear God, no. You're about to black parent this crow. And I am not black. Dear God.
By the mid-1990s, Barney had become one of the most tightly controlled children's media properties on Earth. The Texas-based Lyric Studios had exported Barney to roughly 80 countries, fulfilling creator Cheryl Leach's goal of spreading his message of love worldwide. But wherever Barney went, Lyric made sure he remained Barney. If you're somehow unfamiliar with television dubbing, the process was basically this. Lyric would send the original American episodes
or do I get the chancla? Don't worry, I don't have PTSD from that.
To accompany dubbing, the process was basically this. Lyric would send the original American episodes to a company specializing in the local language. That company would translate the scripts, hire local voice actors, replace the audio, and then send the finished dub back through Lyric's approval process. And these dubs were often done pretty well, but that was only possible because Lyric was fiercely protective of its golden goose.
Which is absolutely fair, because if you want something doing well in the other country, in the other language, you want to make sure that it is fully... how do you say that? How do you say... What is the word? Fucking... my brain. Fully ethical, I think. No, well, how about all three? Trust my old letter belt. Dear God, leave me alone, will ya?
I guess it's Purple Pal?
Monitored? Yeah, not monitored, but like, make sure the supervised, yes, sort of like make sure it is like fully loyal to the source, so to speak, like fully loyal to the source material.
Of its golden goose, or I guess it's Purple Pal.
What?
Oh.
Barney was supposed to look, move, and behave in one very specific way, and Lyric was not in the business of letting an outside company start tinkering with him. So imagine their surprise when an outside company wanted to tinker with him. It's a
What? Not staying too far from the source, yes.
Cole was a veteran of the Israeli media industry who'd worked in live broadcasting, news, and public affairs television. While living in Los Angeles, his 18-month-old daughter discovered Barney and Friends on PBS. "I saw it did something to this girl," he later recalled. "She fell in love with the character. She ate with it. She went to sleep with it." Watching his daughter become completely magnetized by Barney gave Cole an idea. So in March 1996, he arranged a meeting with Cheryl Leach and her father-in-law, Richard Leach, and shared his plans for bringing Barney to Israel. But he didn't want to dub the American show like they were expecting. Cole argued that Israeli children could hear Hebrew coming out of the television, but they would still be watching American children inside American schools, singing about American places and interacting with a world they didn't recognize as their own.
Which is fair, because like Israel and America, while we have pretty similar ideas, like culturally, but we're still very different. Gags my belt bent over son. No, leave me alone. I grew up on the Hebrew dub of the Madagascar movies. Damn. I honestly grew up on the Russian versions of the Madagascar movies. Like, I'll be honest, a black parent talking about bent over.
He wanted Israeli children in Israeli settings with Israeli cultural references.
Yeah,
the Leaches listened to this, they took a deep breath, and they said no. And understandably so. Barney was their most valuable character, and Cole was asking them to hand him over to an outside production company working in a language that they did not speak. But Cole kept pushing for approximately 2 years, and what reportedly helped change their minds was not some elaborate marketing study or ratings projection, it was the way he framed the idea. According to accounts of the negotiation, Cole knew that Cheryl and Richard Leach were devout Christians, so he framed the idea in terms he believed would connect with them. Why not let Barney, in his words, speak the language of the Bible? And apparently, this is what helped finally close the deal.
Well,
Lyric agreed, but they were going to keep an extremely close eye on what was done with their dinosaur. The production began in 1997.
Wait, I got lost again for a second.
Apparently,
a little bit.
This is what helped finally close the deal. Lyric agreed, but they were going to keep an extremely close eye on what was done with their dinosaur.
Which is fully fair. You want to make sure that nobody fucks up your IP, even if they want to like make it for their target audience. Absolutely fair. He only said money, 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 God, Jesus, Bible, money.
The production began in 1997 for Talad's broadcast on Israel's Channel 2. It was going to be called Hakavarim Shel Barney, which translates directly to Barney's Friends. So much for the end. The American press
What's the difference? Whatever. But let's be honest. If you translate to like directly, it will be Barney v'chavarim shelo. His Hebrew ain't so bad, lol. Let's hear it again.
On Israel's Channel 2. It was going to be called Hakavarim Shel Barney, which translates directly to Barney's Friends.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
So much for the and. The American press immediately began wondering just how far this localization would go. One report announcing the production opened with the question, will Barney boast a yarmulke? And the answer is no. Because even after Lyric approved the remake, Cole and his company, Roll Communications, were not being handed complete creative freedom. The Israeli team was only allowed to adapt episodes from the first 3 seasons of the American show, and the changes had to remain minimal. See, one of the biggest changes involved the American episode Hola Mexico.
Oh yeah, true, it would be different wording here. Really, a yarmulke? Yeah.
Rather than recreating an episode designed to introduce American children to Mexican culture, the Israeli production transformed into a local Hafla celebration, which, if you're unaware, is a sort of big festival feast. The production reportedly cost around $41,000 per episode, making it one of the most expensive Israeli children's programs of its era. That included constructing a complete Barney set on a soundstage in Herzliya. The school interiors resembled the American show, but the playground area was completely different. Instead of the suburban American environment, it was explicitly designed to mimic Tel Aviv's White City, an area famous for its Bauhaus-influenced architecture. And yet, despite all that money and deliberate design, the show itself can still look a little cheap, and I think that starts with the set.
Yeah. Oh, I see why it didn't continue. It went against the Jewish values. It costed too much.
I remember discovering footage of this show on YouTube as a kid, and the detail that stuck with me the most was specifically the backdrop. It has these apartment buildings sitting underneath an aggressively saturated deep blue sky, but I didn't...
let's be honest, the way the buildings look like, it is very clear, like early Tel Aviv building, or even what you will see in Beersheba. Like, I used to go to Beersheba a lot, and it is very close to what Tel Aviv and Beersheba look like in reality. Like, oh, that's a shite set for 41k, and yeah, early structures, yeah. Because let's be honest, early Israel was not very organized, and those are clearly buildings from early Israel. Just saying.
I didn't realize it was supposed to be the sky at first. It looked like someone had hung a giant blue sheet behind the set. And then, now, I kind of noticed almost everything in this set is flat. The bushes are painted onto scenic panels, and the buildings are facades with visible scenes. Even the tree looks fake or like a giant carved cutout. People call some of the American Barney sets liminal. I don't entirely disagree with that. But this gives me some liminal vibes, man. Nothing behind the character seems to have any actual depth. It leans much more heavily into a theatrical aesthetic, almost like a live Tel Aviv children.
90s Israel was a little ugly, not gonna lie. Yeah, so true. And to be fair, like, the 90s, it was the time period where Israel was financially collapsing. Like, we were almost gone as a country in the 90s. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Children's production set. It's extremely artificial and slightly unsettling, but I think that's what makes
Dear God, look at that.
It's extremely artificial and slightly unsettling.
Dear God, I never imagined that Barney the purple friendly dinosaur could be scary. Sweet Christ, yeah. He looks a little bit scary. He's like, you don't want to be my friend. Oh well, so sad. And this is how you make an SCP. SCP-173-B Barney. Barney the purple dinosaur. If you will look at them for way too long, he will not do anything to you, but if you will turn away, he will first ask, don't you want to be my friend? And if he will continue asking this question 3 times, and you will not turn back to him before the 3rd time, he will fucking eat you. and you will not be aware of that. He'll like, you don't want to be my friend. What? You don't want to be my friend. You don't want to be my friend. You don't want to be my friend. Home! I'm so fucking scared. Get him away from us! Why does this genuinely sounds like an SCP? Because you can make that into an SCP. Like, this is what early SCP was all about. Like, everything that looks ordinary but off-putting, you can make it into an SCP. That's how literally SCP House was started. Now it feels more like it would acting like Mel O. Oh, the Wolf Girl software. Yes. Yes. So true.
Settling, but I think that's what makes it so visually interesting to me. It draws me in. Like the American series, the cast was deliberately diverse, this time reflecting Israel's population during the 90s. The kids also look noticeably older than those in the American seasons, which gives the production a slightly different energy. They may be a little too old to believably still be hanging out with Barney, but hey, Barney's a friend for life. And speaking of the Dapper Dino, his physical performance was handled by Josh Sagi, while Avi Turman supplied his voice. Physical performance was handled
of Amy. Oh god.
by Josh Sagi, while Avi Turman.
Look at this face, I can't. I don't know, but it looks so fucking funny and scary at the same time. Sweet Christ! Sometimes Israeli faces are fucking wild. But instead of being seen less, then more he starts more and less, and then less. Jesus. So the Jewish Moya Lester and Penis Head. Dear Lord.
Turman supplied his voice. I find the voice Turman gives Barney to sound very sleepy, almost like he's yawning throughout the entire show.
Let's see.
היה כזה כיף ללמוד היום על 5 החושים שלנו. יצאתם פעם לסיבוב במכונית וביקרתם בכל המקומות בהם אני ביקרתי היום? ותזכרו, אני אוהב אתכם. ביי, להתראות, ביי.
Yeah, that's not what I remember back in my days. Why does he sound high? Yeah, that's also my question. Why the hell is he sounds like he's just high on methamphetamine? Like, sweet lord.
It's a character choice. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
Say he was.
It's like he has a big ass booger stuck in his nose. Yes, like an entire log in his fucking nostril. Oh my god.
Also shorter than the standard American Barney performers, so the costume sits a little bit differently on his body. He also occasionally leaves Barney hovering with his mouth wide open and kind of looks toward the sky, which is a bit of a no-no when you're performing the character. Baby Buck.
At least he didn't join the Lollipop Guild. Excuse me, what the hell is a Lollipop Guild? Like that's the standard nicely once when you're sick. Yes, when you're sick or fucking absolutely autistic, like absolutely retard, literally. For everyone in our entertainment industry is high, don't you remember? Yuval Emel? Yes, I remember it! Oh my god, you just unlocked a memory, deal. Jesus Christ, I remember it so much, and that fucking well, speaking from experience, and you can buy a little bit. And you will remember why I'm a football. And what was the name of that fucking plush monkey? You will who loves me sniffing cocaine, yes. Super high pitched like you took a helium. Yes. Dio Rainbow, do you remember Kofiku? Yes, Kofiku, that fucking plush monkey. He always was so fucking high on something. Dear Lord. Dear fucking Lord. And I think also Super Striker was fucking, all the voices were high on shrooms or something, I swear to God. Oh, Jesus. The Israeli childhood was the most cursed thing, like, next to the Soviet childhood, I swear to God. Lol, it looks like the best show to watch when you're stoned, yes. Jody, it was so fucking peak, yeah. Super Striker was a good to watch, specifically in English. Yeah, so true. Oh, dear Lord. Kofiko was Kofiko, yeah.
Received the production's most obvious character is a bit of a no-no when you're performing the character. Baby Bop received the production's most obvious character change. Cole reportedly spent months trying to convince Lyric that Baby Bop needed a name that sounded more natural to Hebrew-speaking children. Eventually, she became Booba Bon. This name roughly means something like candy doll, although it was apparently selected because everyone just kind of thought it sounded cute. You know what's not cute though? She never moves her mouth. Like ever. Like she'll be
Dear God! Oh, a trio of short fellas who sang something in The Wizard of Oz, Lollipop killed. Oh my God. The Wizard of Oz, I remember so little of it.
Standing there, moves her mouth. Like ever. Like she'll be standing there, and full lines of dialogue are coming out, but her mouth is completely frozen in place.
Damn.
Not a fan. You're also probably wondering about how they adapted BJ, and that's a funny story. He's not in this. They just didn't include him. The production explicitly avoided adapting episodes where BJ was necessary, and I've yet to find a concrete explanation as to why. However,
yeah, good question. Why does she sound 90 and 9 at the same time? That's a good question. That is a very good question.
However, some Barney books were translated into Hebrew, and in those, BJ was reportedly renamed to Bobby Ben. I like that name, that's cute.
Not bad.
Something I've always found personally neat is that Lyric supplied the production with the current Barney suits from the time, despite the series adapting episodes from the early American seasons. You know, that was when Baby Bop was very tall and it was kind of scary. So these are essentially remakes of early Barney episodes using the more modern character designs.
Nice.
Visually, the production...
Better name than BJ. So true, because when you grow up, the name BJ could mean something very different, and you don't want to know. It is either a construction material or a fucking bedroom habit. And DCP Barney is if his mouth is open but suddenly don't speak, or will. And DCP Barney, if his mouth is open but slightly. Don't speak or he will begin stealing your voice. That is so fucking scary. It's what most men receive when they want a happy time and their lady friend. Yes.
Could reuse familiar costumes and recreate the modern character designs.
Good question, Apex. Do you remember that one show with the zoo and shit? Specifically, it had an entire movie at some point. Show with the zoo. Go time purple again. I don't think I remember. Why does that ring a bell? Yeah. I'm not sure if I remember, like, Dio, any pointers? Like, any pointers that we might remember? Because it is, by default, it's definitely not penguins from Madagascar, obviously. But what else was that? Show with the zoo. Let's try to remember. Yeah, my head is empty. Fucking hell. Maybe it will be mentioned in the video somewhere. I don't know. Let's continue watching. We will find out.
Visually, the production could reuse familiar costumes and recreate the original episodes, but adapting the songs was a much larger undertaking. And for that, they recruited Ehud Manor. Along with help from his daughter, Libby Manor, they translated the show's scripts and dialogue.
Check it real quick. Okay, let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Dear God! 13 years ago! Gancha. Yeah, this is what he was talking about, I think. Jesus, what the hell? It is also the Israeli Nickelodeon channel. For a second. This is fucking Nickelodeon right here. Yeah, that one. Jesus Christ. Fucking Nickelodeon Hebrew. And they're making that shit. It's legit called the Zoo, yeah. And let's be honest, in in Hebrew we use the word, and we use Ganchayot Zu as an insult. So yeah, it's literally both a description and an insult. All shots from here were fucking cold, yeah, and they were fucking wild. Also, look at this fucking mustache, damn. Wait, I remember that character. Yes, I remember it now. I remember it so well now. Jesus Christ, I watched it once. Why does this remind me of Rick and Morty scene where the people are eating the zoo's animal food? I have no idea, Darkseid. I have no idea. But Jesus Christ. Some of the Israeli shows were fucking wild.
Dialogue. But let's make this his daughter, Libby Manure. They translated the show's scripts and dialogue. But let's...
Oh, that fucking movie was one where they thought a zombie apocalypse happened, if I recall right. Jesus, I don't remember that one.
Make this clear. Ehud Manor was not just some random translator. He was one of the most celebrated and prolific lyricists in Israeli history.
Damn.
He'd written more than 1,000 songs, including several Eurovision entries. He also adapted so many major stage productions into Hebrew, including Chicago, Sweeney Todd, Les Mis, and even Cabaret. To put this into perspective for an American audience, that's like getting Stephen Sondheim or Howard Ashman or hell, even Lin-Manuel Miranda to adapt the lyrics for a children's show. The fact that someone with that level of prestige was rewriting songs for Barney shows how significant the production was considered. According to Cole, Manor genuinely
I bet half of the entire budget was going to this guy. Just saying.
He fell in love with the material and saw it as an opportunity to...
Yeah, the fucking zombie apocalypse one, it was so fucking big. Jesus, I'm scared to imagine.
According to Cole, Manor genuinely fell in love with the material and saw it as an opportunity to create songs that would remain with generations of children. Most of the familiar Barney melodies survived, but the lyrics were rewritten to work naturally in Hebrew. For example, the English alphabet became the Hebrew Aleph Bet Gimel, and London Bridge became Yarkon Bridge, referencing the river that runs through Tel Aviv. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention that the Hebrew equivalent of the dinosaur sensation line in the theme song translates back into English as, "When he's big, he can touch us all."
Okay, that sounds weird. It was as if Chuckers were stuck in a verse, The Walking Dead. Jesus. Oh, that lineage to like milk with so many celebs. Oh my god.
Moving on. Every completed episode was shipped from Israel to Lyric's headquarters in Texas for inspection. The Lyric executives would watch it, compile a list of required changes, and send those back to the Israeli team. Nothing could air until every issue had been addressed. And judging by what kind of
context, I have no idea. I don't remember the Israeli lyrics. Like, Rainbow, can you please fetch us the Israeli intro for that show? For the Barney show, like the original Israeli intro 100%. Thank you, Rainbow. We will watch it later.
As an issue, I understand why Cole said until every issue had been addressed. And judging by what counted as an issue, I understand why Cole said he personally stayed on set every day. During production of one episode, a Barney branded umbrella was accidentally left visible in the background. Lyric's rules prohibited commercial Barney merchandise from appearing within the show's world, so they demanded that the entire scene be scrapped and reshot. Lyric CEO Tim Klott and Itzik Cole both later acknowledged that the collaboration could be quite challenging at times, and the umbrella was not the only point of contention. The Israeli team also requested permission for Barney to participate in lighting Hanukkah candles, but Lyric rejected the idea.
Oh, come on. Recipe. You're welcome. Time for another recipe description. When Barney is larger than his standard height, you must offer him one child of a certain age based on what size he became. Dear God, the Darkseid.
Barney was required to remain a universal, non-denominational character. Just like how Barney can't endorse a product, he also can't participate in a religious service of any kind. But eventually, after all the revisions and reshoots and notes being sent back and forth, both sides were happy with the finished project. And so, in late 1997, Hakkavarim Shell Barney finally premiered. And
you know, I think Gasbeard is taking those lines from a genuine entry someone made of a paranormal Barney. Honestly, I won't be surprised at this point.
Any concern that Israeli children might not connect with an American character disappeared almost immediately. During the press tour,
What? That is the line he mentioned before. Wait. No, just random ideas that popped based on what I hear. Yeah, he will touch us all. We will need to hear it later on, like properly, with the lyrics, hopefully.
During the press tour, Cheryl Leach was asked a question by the Paradise Post. Was Barney Jewish? She laughed and replied, No, he's not, but his heart is.
Damn, have subtitles just in case, yeah.
By June 1998, Hakkavarim Shell Barney had become the highest-rated children's program in Israel. The home video numbers were even more ridiculous. Cole reported that more than 100,000 Barney videos had been sold within the show's first several months. Per capita, that was compared with selling approximately 4.5 million copies in the United States. A later Israeli trade report claimed that 5 VHS titles had collectively reached around 160,000 sales. For 5 Barney tapes in a country with a population below 6 million at the time, that is nuts! Plush toys and clothing and other stuff followed suit, and Cole even discussed producing a live Barney stage show. Barney also became the face of a 1997 promotion at Paz gas station. The campaign promised thousands of raffle prizes in partnership with the children's newspaper Otoyot, with a trip to the United States as the grand prize. He even appeared on stage during a surprisingly adult comedy bit at Israel's 1999 People of the Year Awards before helping the winner of Child of the Year.
God damn, god damn, he was everywhere in Israel. Fair.
Naturally, becoming that popular also meant that Barney developed Israeli haters. It turns out, Barney bashing was not exclusively an American cultural phenomenon. My man can't catch a break anywhere. Most of it was the usual criticism about Barney being too sappy. One writer for the Jerusalem Post complained that his 15-month-old daughter had been entranced, hypnotized, lobotomized, zombie-zized by what he called a blobby, prehistoric, platoon spouter.
Somebody had an eat for him. He was more passed around than a whore in a bachelor's party. Oh, yeah, I can see that.
That's a tongue twister, let me tell you. Another older child interviewed in 1998 said classmates called him baloney and invented songs about dropping a hammer on him.
What?
Did they make him up themselves? I just read you a news report right here about a bunch of school children writing a protest letter.
That is fucking stupid. Like, there's no way a bunch of Israeli children would do that. No way. No fucking way.
Rumors that Barney was telling kids not to watch Ren and Stimpy, she says. That's our favorite cartoon. Where does he get the nerve to tell people what to watch?
That is obviously so made up. Probably some teacher made them do it. Most likely.
That's the funniest thing I've ever read. Israeli children loved Barney, they bought Barney merch, and immediately began bashing Barney. He had culturally made it.
Yeah.
All this to say, a program this successful should be extremely easy to watch today. There were 2 seasons broadcast nationally. The episodes were reran, and the home videos sold in enormous numbers.
Spiller. Okay, let's read. If we see 2 Barneys in one place, begin sending in the Mobile Task Force Gamma 6. Wait, what? If we see 2 Barneys in one place, begin sending in the Mobile Task Force Gamma 6, as they are a team that are under a certain age to not trigger the fighting of both Barneys. Damn!
So how does something that popular just vanish? The first season contained 26 episodes, many of which received commercial VHS releases through Classic Cassette. Portions of the season were later reissued on DVD, and some tapes were distributed outside of Israel. Those releases created hundreds of consumer copies that could eventually be collected, preserved, and uploaded and digitized. Season 2 was a different story. Its home video releases were handled through 5 Star Entertainment, and while some episodes were issued on VHS, they were never put onto DVD. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but guys, unfortunately, tapes degrade. You know, tapes get thrown out or they get recorded over. They sit inside attics until the material physically deteriorates. And that right there is how you lose a season of television. According to current archival tracking, only 6 of season 2's 26 episodes have publicly surfaced in full.
Yeah. If you know Shy Guy's lore, there is a rule not to look into its face or you are attack it. Yeah, I know that. I know that. Even if you look at a picture that has 1 fucking pixel of Shy Guy, he will hunt your ass into oblivion. No matter, come hell or high water, he will find you.
1 additional episode survives through fragments, but the remaining 19 are just lost.
What a shame. Included photographs and artifact, alright. Oh boy. Yeah.
In 2015, the original American Barney and Friends received a completely unrelated Hebrew dub for Jim Jam, which featured a new cast.
Jim Jam? I think I remember Jim Jam.
The original Israeli co-production was already becoming increasingly inaccessible and slowly fading from public memory. The YouTube channel DinoStalgic90 has since become one of the only reliable access points for surviving material. Every once in a while, he manages to track something down and upload it onto YouTube, but it's been a long process with a lot of dry spells. But not all was lost, because apparently, right before the COVID-19 pandemic, the original producers wanted to revive Hakavarem Shel Barney for a new generation and introduce the character to an entirely new group of children. This comes courtesy of Barney historian Andrew Olson, who actually spoke with people involved in the Hebrew production. Unfortunately, it never got off the ground. We don't know.
What a shame. Art now has to be picture of his face. There was a yeah. I know that story. The artist was put into a submarine or an underwater cage somewhere deep in the sea, and he was given a few photographs, like full-size photographs of Shy Guy, so he could see the Shy Guy and then paint the Shy Guy, because the Shy Guy's trigger hunt works only when you see like a direct picture of him that somebody snapped of IRL him. If you will make an art of him, it will be not considered as like the true Shy Guy. It will be, I don't know what, but either way it will be safe to watch. So yeah, Apex, please react to Secret FS one day. Seret FS. No way. No way.
How far those talks progressed, or whether Mattel was ever formally approached, whether it was a licensing issue, or whether it remained nothing more than a preliminary idea. And for years, that seemed like the end of the story. The show had become a relic of a bygone era, and the missing episodes were never going to be seen again.
Yes, do it, you knotless bitch. I have no idea what Seret FS even is. Let me look it up for a second. Oh, a fucking Israeli comedy show? No. We are not watching comedy shows. No. Only whatever is on YouTube. Whatever is in YouTube, we are always watching that.
Right? On August 6, 2025, the Israeli children's broadcaster Hop, which had rerun Hakavarem Shel Barney during the 2000s, uploaded a simple clip to its social media channels.
Right, it's a full movie for free on YouTube. Then why does it have an IMDb score? Whatever.
At first, the clip seemed fairly normal. It was just an unusually high-quality copy of the Hebrew Barney opening theme. Except, at the very end, after the intro finishes, you can see a title card in the very first second of an episode called Hi Neighbor. That episode has never been leaked. which means
What?
Hop almost certainly has a studio quality master of at least that episode sitting somewhere in its archive. And if it has that episode, it may have the complete first season. It may even have the entire show. We know this because of one accidental second of footage uploaded by some social media intern, yet that second might be the
What?
most important development in the preservation of this series in almost a decade. HackOverM showed Barney proved that Barney could be rebuilt for an entirely different part of the world without losing what made the character Barney. Itzhak Cole spent roughly 2 years convincing Lyric to trust someone else with their baby, and against almost every concern they had, it worked. That success helped pave the way for later international co-productions, including the similarly lost Korean series, which I recently archived a high-quality episode of, so go check that out.
Wait, why not react to movie? Because I do not want to react to actual series or movies or shows or whatever the fuck. Only YouTube videos made by YouTubers. Like this is, for example, why I won't be watching something like Markiplier's Iron Lung or whatever. No way in hell.
Strange part is that this enormous success is now largely lost to time, but more continues to surface all of the time, and I genuinely think we may be on the verge of a major
Also made
breakthrough.
by YouTubers
So,
in it. I have no idea, and I
20
don't
Lost
care to
Media
know.
Hunters watching this, get out there and start searching. I know I have, because you never know what you'll find. And that
Will you watch
was
them
the
on
Hebrew
your own
Barney
time? Yes,
co-production.
most
I
likely.
found a lot while researching this video that I had never heard of before, so if you enjoyed it, I'm glad, because I enjoyed it. And if you did, consider
Nice.
subscribing. I make deep dives into the forgotten history of the Barney franchise and brand, so if it sounds interesting to you, click the button below. And while you're there, you can also
Watch
join
what?
the desk.
The movie you two mentioned. For the love of God.
Our little
Anyway.
community here, we get access to behind-the-scenes videos, early access voting and polls, custom
Dear
badges
God.
and emojis, and access to our Discord server. Right now,
Damn,
I'm in the
nice.
process of
Okay, and there is nothing else to mention. Okay, that was awesome. Also now, let's see the Hebrew intro for Barney, because I don't remember a lot of shit. Let's see. No. Hold up, subs, yeah. Let's listen again. Oh, but he is in our fantasy, okay. He is big, so he can touch us. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? But he is big, or he can touch us. Because it's a genuine line. What the devil? What the fuck, man? What the Why? Why it's real? Why it's fucking real? Like, how the hell was that approved by the lyrics company, the owner of the original IP? How the hell was that approved? SCP, if you watch all his videos in one sitting, you will activate the change of the subject. Your guess is as good as mine. Jesus fucking Christ, why? Let's hear if there's anything more cursed. Okay, it's okay. Okay. Okay, the rest was okay. The rest of that intro was okay, but that fucking line, it's thrown me so off guard. What the fuck was even that? Oh my god. Okay, Okay, we need a break. I am going to my porcelain throne and I am getting myself some more ice and water for gamer subs. I'll be back in a minute. Oh my god, also I need to turn up my AC a little bit. The change takes an unknown amount of time, some change in minutes, others have taken a week and it was noted to be highly painful. Dear God. Okay, I am back. Okay, let's see what I miss. I'm going to sleep now. Guys, have fun. Oh, good night, Dia. Good night. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Okay, where is my game subs? Some test subjects are noted in speaking like the main body and they can be asked questions about the are noted in speaking like the main body and can be asked questions about the main body, but questions must be limited to yes or no, as too complex questions will anger the main body. Dear God. You know, I think I found a good description for Metal Alchemist and Attack of Titans. I want Cowboy to be here to hit them. Okay, Rainbow. I am here now. Let's see the descriptions, because I didn't watch like the first 6 episodes of Full Metal Alchemist. I did not watch the entire show because I was fucking lazy for some reason. Which is my bad. I need to actually watch it because my experience with up to episode 6 was absolute pinnacle. So yeah, I might go back to watch it. Oh dear Lord. God is good and science is Hitler. Second one is good is a scarred woman and Hitler is the friends we made along the way. Guess who's Okay, the first one is obviously Full Metal Alchemist. Good. Do you know who's Shotake? Shotake? Yes. I know who Shotake is. I remember that fucking motherfucker. He can rot in hell for all I care. But wait, God is good and science is Hitler. That's pretty much first one is pretty much Full Metal Alchemist, and God is a scarred woman and Hitler is the friends we made along the way. I would say the second is Attack on Titan, definitely. Big brother, Ed, why are you hurting Daddy? Oh my God! Yeah, you got it, Randall. Dear God, Darkseid! Dear Lord! Also, there is one thing.
Wikipedia's
this one may be for later. If we will have the time, I will keep it aside. If we will have the time, I might get it. But dear God, Darkseid! Big brother Ed, why are you hurting Daddy? By the way, a quote from Edward in the video I got a description from after. He said that line, dude, I met Buffy, it's true! Oh my God! Also, I wanna discuss a WoW leak that recently came out. I will get it. I will find it right now. Yeah, sure. Okay, I sent it on Discord right now. Here it is. You might have some fun watching CJ the Champ. Right? Is that the guy who makes those weird videos in Minecraft? I'm pretty sure I know who you're talking about. And let me tell you, I think I've seen a few of his videos and he was fucking cringe. Ah, no. Okay, I remember who is that. I remember who's that now. Yeah, I know who's that is. Who the fuck? Did somebody just subbed to me on YouTube? God, I need to turn off that notification. Yeah, somebody did. Damn. No, but Black Air Force Ranger. Yeah, I remember now. I remember his bars were good. And the Round Table of Demons. Yeah. I remember. I think I watched his video about Majin Buu and maybe some other Black Force Energy. Yeah. I think I did watch some of his video. Either way, to the leak. WuWa news, literally. WuWa team has been planning to revamp the 1.0 content since the beginning of this year. For those who do not speak versions, it is the early Honlong version. It is like the Jincho, the Midnight Rangers, the Overtracks, like everything up to Dreamless and a little bit after that will be revamped. If all goes well, it may be implemented in version 4.0 via CL. CL is one of the most reliable WuWa sources, by the way. You need to find Daniel the Tiny Devil. Later, not for today. Yes, finally, at last. The only number I need is this on the loaded screen. Oh, so true. I remember this thing. It was awesome. Oh my god, it will be so awesome. Okay, but... oh, I am safe for your personal time. Ah, yeah, true, like, the anime itself, of course I will do it on my own time. I will watch it on my own time. Either way, enough with all the distractions, let's go back to reactions. And now we are reacting to Royalty is Here. With one of his latest video, not latest, maybe something new came out recently. Either way, the disturbing story of Myoba. Fucking, who the hell comes up with those names? I swear to God. Somebody just said meow and fucking had a yawn or something. Meow. As Tanya the Evil is getting a season 2. Nice. Okay, let's go and watch because it is about to be juicy, I believe. Because Royalty's videos are rarely ever pretty. Just saying.
So on the internet, I think there's very few names out there that simply hearing will both stunlock you and produce a visceral reaction as the memories of said individual and the things they did begin to flash through your brain unsolicited. There are a few names I can think of that produce said reaction, like, for example, Chris Chan, the person who's been known...
Dear God, no, not this fucking retard!
...throughout the internet for decades, and someone that has had multiple disgusting stories surround him, like the time he took a shot of Fanta, mixed with his own genetic code.
Fucking what?
Took a shot of Fanta, mixed with his own genetic code.
Ah, wait, Fanta! Okay, not fentanyl, Fanta with... genetic code. Ew! Christ almighty alive! What the fuck? Ew, brother, ew! He's good, yeah, I get now. Oh, also love his description of One Piece. Fuck the rich, a little convo in between. What can't I do yet? I can't do it. I still need 2 more power-ups and 3 more animation budget increases, yeah. Ew! Fanta mix with fucking not pee. I'm just saying it's not urine. Christ.
And obviously, even more disgusting and concerning.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, he fucked his dead mother.
Story about what he did to his elderly mother, of which he was arrested for in 2021 but was released 2 years later and is still somewhat active on the internet.
Jesus Christ. I beg your finest fucking pardon, who is that? Chris Chan, probably the most infamous lol cow in all of internet community. Like he was generally in the Sonic community, Sonic the Hedgehog. but he quickly became way too big for that little community. I would be lying if I said I knew who that is all. Good thing that you do not know who the fuck that guy is. Damn, that info is stronger than a shoe talker, yeah. Like, I think he fucked either, like, I'm not sure if his mother was dead at that point, but she was obviously super old to be dead enough, just saying. That bad, huh? It is worse than you think. Worse than you think, believe me.
To this day.
The team that wins the Super Bowl shall be the team that has earned it. It has been predetermined by divine fate.
I'm not one to
goodness.
watch it. Dear Chris, what's your opinion on Rainbow Dash Jar? Wait, Rainbow Dash Jar? I think I heard about this fucking bullshit, but I'm not so sure. Let me look up for a second. Oh, I know what the fuck that is. Jesus Christ. Sure, what kind of boost do you have, Rainbow? Wait, sure, they've looked into his lore thing. Take it up your own risk, but just make sure to bring a lot of alcohol to watch this video about him. Just take a lot of alcohol with you. And preferably some amnesiatic. I don't drink. Then find some amnesiatic with you, because you will need to forget that later on. Believe me.
Rainbow Dash Jar? I don't consciously know what that is, but it sounds like it could be a jar with a picture of
That bullshit! Oh, Jesus Christ!
Rainbow Dash on it.
He also apparently
you will drink after that.
He left a cast behind where if you wet
Oh yeah. Sonic, the Sonichu medallion. Yeah, that's a fucking curse.
his Sonichu medallion, it will leak gamma radiation that somehow ruins your life in one way or another.
Yeah.
Another name in this category is EDP, a creator that was loved and very popular in 2020 with over 1 million subscribers on his main channel.
And he was later outed as a pedophile. ETP who? ETP 445. Basically some shit talker who later got exposed as a notorious pedophile. Like, he is that fucking infamous. No clue? Good. Very good. You don't want to know who that is.
Around this time, he was heavily incorporated into meme culture.
I mean, it's alright, like...
Yeah, that guy. I'm pretty sure you saw that meme.
Overrated as fuck, in my opinion. I mean...
Only for his entire legacy to fall apart in 2021 when he tried to meet up with someone he thought was underage, only to be met by 2 dudes with a camera that were there to expose him for trying to meet up with someone underage, and his impeccable excuse at the time was he was just there for a cupcake.
Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake and then go back home.
If you couldn't tell, he did not pass the persuasion check, and the people recording him obviously didn't believe him, and he quickly lost everything. He was rightfully abandoned by his fans and YouTube, and
he was later all his social media, YouTube, Twitch, I believe, Kick, even Rumble, his fucking TikTok, his like every social media he moved on to, he got blocked immediately over there. And like, not only one account per platform, he was making multiple accounts on every platform possible, and he was blocked everywhere. All of his accounts were blocked. He was that fucking notorious.
Ended up deleting his channel shortly after. But he apparently didn't learn his lesson because he was supposedly caught again trying to do the same thing 2 years later.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? I love the young people.
And let's not forget the situation involving fecal matter pictures. I guess another name would be that one Austrian painter that Instagram Reels users love so dearly. Or maybe the guy that owned an island. However, there is one more name that I would add to that list, and it's one that you might not have heard for a while, especially since they haven't really garnered the same attention since their year-long run of rage baiting and borderline psychotic posts that made their name so infamous. But the name of the person I'm loosely referring to is Meowba.
Miyapa,
someone that was
okay.
a VTuber, or more specifically, a PNG tuber, equipped with a high-pitched voice and, to say the least, was somewhat controversial.
Could you be our in a bite? Of course Meow could! Meow Blah.
Before I go down, I want to tell Meow Bao something.
Meow Bao?
Meow will get on your neck and make you not breathe anymore.
Ew.
How does Meow feel about JoJo's Bizarre Adventures? Meow got bored after the first season. Genuinely one of the worst animes out there.
Heresy! Absolute! Treasonous! Unholy heresy! Okay, just kidding, but I did not watch like any JoJo at all, but I've seen some clips, I've seen some edits, and JoJo might be awesome, in my opinion. But let's be honest, calling that one of the most worst animes in history, heresy! The deuces crash, it crashed for me. What? Wait, what are you talking about, Darkseid?
Take that back, you fucking swat! You may remember them if you were active on...
Bitch, the fuck you say for us, retarded ass piece of shit? Yeah, you were talking shit right now?
Take that back, you fucking swat! You may remember them if you were active on platforms like YouTube and TikTok around July of 2022.
Oh boy. My end of the stream crashed. Oh dear god. So yeah, you did not see the last 2 minutes probably. What a shame.
To one specific disgusting thing they did, which we'll talk about more in depth later, but it involved a very popular creator's death, and Meowbester after their death would draw not safe for work art of their 2D persona in that creator's coffin, doing things to their body. This
She did what? You did fucking what, you piece of shit kitten! Also, I think I heard something about her saying that good riddance, that Technopest. I'm pretty sure you're referring to a different creator from a different community. Be kind, rewind. Royalty was giving examples of like notorious people whose name you will remember forever. Forgot the names. Chris Chan, ETP445, Hitler, Epstein, like all the most notorious names you will remember. He was giving examples, and now he's reminding us the name Miyapa. And excuse the fuck out of you, shitty what? Oh, I heard something about techno related to her. I didn't think it was this. There was another creator that was absolutely shitting on Technoblade, but she belonged to Gacha Life community. I just thought she mocked his death or something. I think she did, but there was also another person who did that. Like, she probably did mock his death. But let's listen again.
Interesting thing they did, which we'll talk about more in depth later, but it involved a very popular creator.
Yes. The wolf girl. Like, I know who you're talking about. Exactly. I know exactly who you're talking about. She was a so-called Gacha Life creator. Bella the Wolf. Yes, Bella the Wolf. That one.
His death and Meowbester after their death would draw not safe for work art of their 2D persona in that creator's coffin, doing things to their body. This rightfully caused outrage at the time, as this creator was, and still is, a very beloved person.
Yeah, Technoblade, he is loved by everybody. The fuck you dare to even do something like that?
And a lot of people were significantly impacted after their death.
Yes.
So obviously after seeing something so disgusting almost straight after this person had just passed away, they would respond quite negatively to this post, condemning her and what she had just done. But at the same time, their reactions were making her more popular, which would eventually provide her with a platform where she would continue to farm outrage. And even recently, she proved she did not learn anything from this event I just described, because she...
Dear God in heaven. I beg your finest pardon. What in God's green earth would drive your retarded brain damage as to defile the honored memory of a beloved figure? Yes, exactly. How dare you? How dare you taint the legacy of one of the kindest people in the Minecraft community? Probably the kindest, the nicest guy in the Minecraft community, period. Also, if I recall right, she actually got an official plush with the same company that sold the 2 plushes I sent to you. Wait, she worked with that company? This Miaba? Techno's voice broke people, yes. Yes, Techno was a legend. And to taint his legacy... Oh, let me show... Dear God! Yeah, it's gonna be a long one. It's gonna be a long one, boys.
Produced and published a similar art piece, but this time of the late musician Oliver Tree, who at the time of this video only passed away 3 weeks ago. Yes, this person would most definitely be a competent contender for the worst VTuber, or at least the worst PNG tuber.
Yeah.
But they don't just stop at the dead, they've apparently done pieces on living individuals, like one they posted recently of Balaki, so there truly is no low they won't stoop to in order to farm rage bait and...
Check DMs, okay, check in DMs. No fucking way. Fuck! She had merged with that company. Legit same company. Jesus Christ.
Attention. There's actually a lot of similar and worse things they've...
Google Craftify X, check for her name. Later. Fucking later.
Farm, rage bait, and attention. There's actually a lot of similar and worse things they've done, which we're going to go over in this video. But throughout all of these events that I've already described, that I assure you are just the tip of the iceberg, they still have a presence on most platforms, and they actually have people that actively support them, and they even have their own religion. But before we get into any of that, who is Meowbert and where did she come from?
You in Ohio Skibbity Sigma with W Baby Gronk Kai Sinat ISO Speed Riz.
That is like the ultimate combination of the most trashiest piece of shit person in society. Sweet Lord, over 500 sold plushes. Christ.
Can you please stop asking these dumb questions?
So Meowbert made her first appearance in March of 2022 on the TikTok platform. Not much is known about her, probably because I don't think the things she's done in recent years she would want people to know her identity, because she'd probably wake up to a pipe bomb in her mailbox or something. There has been
oh, that would be good, to be honest, if somebody really did that. That was a joke for legal reasons. Did someone just club me in the head with words? Yes. Oh fucking course, she got here from TikTok, of course. And that is fucking. Let's run it back.
Questions. ISO Skibbity Sigma with W Baby Gronk Kai Sinat ISO Speed Riz. Can you please stop asking these dumb questions?
That is the most brain-rot bullshit I have ever heard in my life. Also, that's her plush in the mailbox scene. I seen that.
Go to a pipe bomb in her mailbox or something. There has been multiple occasions where pictures apparently showing what she looks like were released online, on top of the theory that Meowbert isn't actually a female and it's a man controlling and uploading the content, with this theory mainly coming from when a fake face reveal was uploaded to an also non-
Oh wait, is that the guy who was also stockpiling Centrea a few months ago? I'm pretty sure that's the same guy. I'm not sure if we can trust him.
Official Meowbert YouTube channel where a guy admits...
By then, I guess he just didn't like Centrea for some fucking reason, and I'm pretty sure he made up a lot of bullshit. There's a controversy. A few months ago, Centrea showcased a new model of her, a new Life 2D model, which was a military style model, like with that uniform. Yeah. Like brain dead people on Twitter were thinking that it was a fucking Nazi outfit, not knowing that Centrea literally started with with the same uniform model. Like the new model was basically a remake of the older one. Yeah, right. And it blew up like the biggest nothing burger in history, I believe, in VTuber history so far.
to being Meowba at the peak of her relevance, but this was just the Roblox YouTuber Willin, and he was apparently scammed into letting the fake account use him for a face reveal video.
Damn.
But it has.
I swear sometimes I just curse out humanity. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. Like sometimes I just wish that Thanos was real, and I did more than just half of everything. Oh, sorry, everyone.
Hasn't been confirmed if any of this fake account used him for a face reveal video, but it hasn't been confirmed if any of this is true, if her face has been leaked previously, or if she is in fact a guy. The only thing supposedly known about her, and that is a strong use of the word supposedly, is that she is 22 years old. Her actual name is said to be Zoe, and she is unfortunately from Australia. Is said to be Zoe, and she is unfortunately from Australia.
Oh my god. Also, I legit can go over how much I'd love to forcefully disconnect this piece of human shit from God's Minecraft server for the disrespect to Techno. A bit extreme, but it's justified if you ask me. Super justified. For legal reasons, again, YouTube and Twitch. That was a joke. That was a fucking joke. Don't take it too fucking seriously. Oh boy.
If you're a fucking fair dinkum fucking full-grown Aussie, this is what you'd have for breakfast, you fucking dog. A fucking VB long neck at 20 to 8 in the fucking morning.
But on her official
there's no way she's an Australian
website, it contradicts that information by saying she was born in Africa, not Australia, and that she currently lives in Japan, which
I call fucking bullshit. I'm sorry, but I call the absolute bullshit. Can we stick more pass on her? Oh my god. Makes more sense because of the level of retardedness. You know what would make a lot of sense? If she was Californian. Just saying. Just fucking saying. Or fucking worse, Mexican. Or a snow Mexican. That would make a lot of sense.
I guess maybe true, or once again, it's an attempt to hide actual information about herself, but that is all we apparently know about her. Anyway, as said, Meowba made her start as a self-proclaimed porcelain doll cat girl PNG tuber in March of 2022 on TikTok. And a month later, she would start making content on YouTube where she would basically just re-upload her TikToks that commonly consisted of her PNG model talking with Minecraft gameplay in the background.
Hi there, Migo-chan. Welcome to Meow's PNG tuber introduction. Meow's name is Meowba. Please call me.
I think if that shite for a bitch decided to pull that shit again, the internet will start a crusade against her, hopefully. Hopefully.
Meow, meow. Meow talks in third person. Please use she, meow. Pull the trigger! Let's go shoot
You know what, for the first time, I fully agree with Vas on this one.
This format was quite popular, and no, I'm not referring to myself here. I am not a PNG tuber, I am not a VTuber, I am not a furry. Go kick rocks, and go fuck yourself. But PNG tubers were popping up at an alarming rate around this time, and most of them almost always followed the same formula of either reading their comment section or some random Reddit story with Minecraft parkour gameplay in the background. And the reason for this was down to one PNG tuber that popularized that exact format around that time, with that being Jellybean. Someone who got a significant amount of attention creating the exact content I just described.
Minecraft, but if I die in the game, I die in real life. Alright, this honestly shouldn't be very hard. All I have to do is get—
Piece of shit, yeah. He's one hell of a notorious piece of shit, like... I'm pretty sure there's a lot of videos about him specifically. We will not be delving into that. Ain't that a girl? No, that... Let's just say, his gender is confusing, like, most likely a fanboy.
Diamonds and I win. No!
For context, yes, whilst Jellybean was the most popular example of a PNG tuber, she was also the most hated, usually because of how loud and energetic she was.
I've made a huge mistake.
Existing.
So the other day I said if I hit 100k members—
Oh dear god, I'm about to puke, yeah. Apparently a girl.
I would stream Just Dance in a Teletubby costume and a maid dress.
What about you play Just Get Peaches?
It was actually a YouTube meta back in 2022 to farm Jellybean videos talking about how annoying you thought she was. And these videos would always do so well because people hated them that much. Even though at the time she was just a kid doing kid things and most definitely didn't deserve the metric ton of liquid excrement she got thrown at her. But in the present day she's doing very well. She didn't fall off or let the hate stop her from making content. She did.
You know what? If she, I might have been wrong about her in this case. Who knows? Either way, I don't really care about her.
Did change her style to more live stream and long form videos, and she doesn't see anywhere near the amount of hate she saw at her start. However, another PNG tuber directly inspired by the attention Jellybean received at her peak in 2022 was Meowba, who made her debut on TikTok in March of 2022. And with a new account and new presence on a platform, you would think she'd at least give it a bit before she started going balls to the wall with the so-called controversial posts. You know, maybe ease into it a little, but she didn't. She came out swinging in her first few videos.
Of course.
Part 2. Are you homo? Now's a fun... No likes all genders.
Okay.
Hands on
That's a start.
face? Super kawaii! Shout out to the plus size community. Do you think there should be more diversity in anime? Hashtag black...
Wait, rewind that.
Are you homo? Now's a fun... No likes all...
What should he say about the Alphabet Mafia? Listen.
2. Are you homo? Now's a fun... No likes all genders. Abba, hands on Jellybean's face?
Jesus Christ.
Shout out to the plus size community. Do you think there should be more diversity in anime? Hashtag black queens. Absolutely. Here's some of Meow's inclusive BLM black edits.
Even though Meowba's content was mainly responding to TikTok comments with Minecraft parkour in the background, she quickly picked up...
You know what? I'd also call her... I fake not. Yeah, I guess I figured out how to say that. So to say that, fake not. Yeah, that's good enough. Also, let me open up something right here, just for interest. Don't worry about it.
Traction due to her odd comments, high-pitched voice, and quirky personality, to say the least.
Devil, will you give me the chance to smell your toilet seat after a massive shit?
What? Oh, scratch that, she would be an insult to the slur.
High-pitched voice and quirky personality, to say the least.
Devil, will you give me the chance to smell your toilet seat after a massive shit?
Jesus Christ.
Knock yourself out.
Meowba would manage to reach over 1 million followers on TikTok only a month after starting in April. However, at the same time, she also started getting a lot of flack for some of the language and humor she used in her usual TikToks. And she would see said backlash that some of her videos were receiving and would actually issue an apology. But obviously, Meowba being Meowba, this wasn't just a normal apology.
Of course.
Konnichiwa, everybody. Meow just wanted to make a quick video to apologize to the disabled fandom.
Oh god.
Meow did not realize that our slur was a slur used against mentally challenged people.
Get the fucking dick out of your mouth, you fucking piece of shit. Talk like a real human. What the hell is that? Like, she's either eating a dick or a fucking plus-sized burger. What the hell?
Meow promises never to say that word again.
Right.
I hope the disabled fandom feels better soon.
This obviously wasn't an honest apology, and it would only be the start, because probably after noticing the attention she got from this, she would continue to make content that angered certain groups, with her next controversial upload targeting religion, more specifically.
It's a fat guy's tour who's eating a cheeseburger meat, you know, giving it to her. Yeah, sounds more like fries or chips. Maybe even fish if you're creative enough, I don't know.
Islam by saying she could beat Allah in a fight, which a lot of people took offense to.
Could you beat Allah in a fight? Of course Meow could! Meow blah.
And after seeing the backlash this post generated, which...
You know what, nice one, yeah. Yeah, like, let's be honest, Allah is a piece of shit and he hates his own people. Just saying.
Was fucking horrendous, by the way. A lot of people hated her for this, but instead of a non-sincere apology in response, this time she would laugh that she is now herself Muslim, and she would also claim that her and Allah supposedly worked things out, which probably as intended just added more fuel to the fire.
Papa, are you Muslim? Yeah, can't you tell by the hijab? Silly Billy! Mashallah! What do you do with Ramadan Day? Meow wakes up and starts praying to Allah. Oh, Allah Habibi, please, God Meow God. Hey, Meow! Inshallah! Allah, what are your thoughts?
You know what this Reg Bay is? I don't mind this shit, like... It is actually funny. Lovely, yeah. No, that's less. That's less horrendous, but later on is like from all the shit she's done, it's probably like the least horrendous shit. Like it is funny.
Meow, Allah, what are differences? So, the Allah brothers can condemn
This wouldn't be the last time Meowba did something controversial surrounding religion. It's something she would repeat multiple times, in fact. Probably because she knew she had found a goldmine when it came to a subject that no matter what would result in a negative reaction and attention. And it recently escalated to the point where she desecrated a Quran in a very disgusting way and then uploaded the whole thing for everyone to see, but we'll talk about that later. She did also create her own religion during this period called Meowism, which I guess is supposed to sound like autism, where the members of this religion are supposed to worship her as a god.
If you believe and pray to Meowba each night, you can become one with the Meowers. Meowba basically needs to do what did to become leader to achieve greatness. Exactly.
Also, in the same post she made about Islam, she also said something.
I think she shat on the Quran. You know what? I cannot be completely against that, but don't do it on camera at least. Jesus, just burn the thing in the oven and be done with that.
About the Ukraine and Russia war, saying Russia was justified in starting the war.
Okay, now you lost me. The fuck?
Exactly.
Also, in the same post she made about Islam, she also said something about the Ukraine and Russia war, saying Russia was justified in starting the war.
Meow 2 to 9, what is your opinion on the Russian invasion on Ukraine? Meow personally believes Russia had a reason for it. Russia did what it needed to do.
And let's...
Fucking hell. Yeah, and how we start going for Slavic special ed, look at us. Come again, yeah. Yeah. She's pro-Russia. What a retard. Okay, now you lost me.
Not forget the so-called high melanin Meowba she had around Black History Month or something. She started her own Discord server around the time all these events happened, which was then raided with thousands of people of all ages, where it was spammed with explicit messages and not safe for work material, and because the server didn't have an age limit, there was kids in there as well. It was also said that Meowba was regularly posting things like slurs in the server, and people also apparently posted her full docs in there as well. In response, we get another apology where she blames a lot of this on the fact she left most of the moderation to the absolute Chad Carlbot.
Meow just wanted to apologize for the destruction of Meow's Discord server yesterday. Meow did not set up a proper system and left all the moderation in Carlbot's hands, which did not go well.
Right.
Discord was spammed with very icky, gross, illegal stuff.
Is she eating fucking Pringles right now? For the love of God, put down the Pringles and speak probably, you fat ass.
A meow was very gum at his side to Meow's little meowings that were exposed to it.
Too crunchy to be Pringles. I don't know, maybe some Lay's Topo Chips for us Israelis. Some fucking Lay's or I don't know, Beasley maybe. What the hell is she eating?
Meow wants to help his server environment and has made a new server. Also apologize for saying bad words in Meow's.
Sounds more like burnt broccoli, to be honest. Sounds like burnt brownies, if you ask me. I don't know. Maybe some broccolis, which would make sense. Because she is a retard. What kind of person would eat a broccoli?
Discord chat.
Yeah, once again, not a real apology, but some of her fans at the time would still try and support her and tell her, oh, everything's okay, we still love you. Only to be quickly executed in the same comment section of said apology video.
Ew.
I don't think she ever commented or confirmed the validity of the supposed docs that was posted to that server, but the whole server was quickly deleted anyway, and she created a new one straight after. But all of these events that happened back to back wouldn't really have any negative effects for Meowba. If anything, she was only gaining, and her trolls were working. She was getting more attention than ever, and she was known far and wide. And as said, some people actually enjoyed her content or edgy humour and supported her. However, there was one troll or stunt she did that many viewed as way too far and disgusting. It was even too much for some of the people that were supporting her up to that point, and said event was what she did after the passing of Technoblade.
Oh boy.
But instead now wants to apologize for all the
Escalating controversies. Here we go, fellas. Here we go to the heresy.
disrespectful things Meow has done. Meow never meant to hurt anyone.
Oh dear
Meow
God,
has
yeah.
bipolar disorder and DIDs.
Now, it would be an understatement to say the YouTuber Technoblade was quite popular, because he was one of, if not the most popular Minecraft YouTubers that inspired and entertained millions with his videos.
Yes.
And millions would also mourn him when he passed on the 30th of June 2022 at the young age of 23, after a long battle with sarcoma, which is a rare and aggressive cancer that targets the bones and soft tissue.
Cancer is a bitch. An absolute, disgusting, heartless bitch named Emily. And nobody can fucking disagree with that. I can tell.
And when the news eventually broke that he did pass away, many would take to platforms to express their sadness and the fact we had just lost a very talented creator, from his fellow YouTubers to his millions of fans, and still to this day, a lot of people post tributes for his passing. However, a month after he passed, when a majority of the internet was still mourning him,
Popular My Guy was one of the kindest humans to exist on those fucking Minecraft from those Minecraft people. Yeah, he was the best son of a gun we had to have existed. Yes, exactly. He was the nicest guy you would ever know. Like, everybody who met him personally, like, when they were talking about him later on, like, even when he was still alive, and nobody knew he had cancer, everybody who encountered him, they were saying, Techno is the nicest, kindest guy to ever exist. Like, he was literally like a golden retriever in the body of a human, literally. Like the nicest guy you would ever know. Everybody loved him, and he did not go into any controversies. He did not like do any weird shit. He was himself. He was chaotic. He was funny. He was kind, and he was awesome. Yeah, legit. I don't think there was a single controversy to have surrounded him. Exactly. He also once made a jab about if he had lost his arm to cancer to lighten up the mood or something. Yeah. Yeah, so true. Oh my god. Like, even when he was close to death, like, even when he was slowly dying, he still was making fun of the situation. Like, he was fully positive. And even his farewell message, he was literally saying, "So long, nerds." He was a bit of a troll at times. Yeah, but let's be honest, was he not funny? Like, he was the funny troll. to this day, I absolutely love how he defended Squid in the Potato War and the Technoplane moments. Yeah, Technoplane. Oh my god, I remember it so well. It was the funniest Hunger Games I have ever seen.
His millions of fans, and still to this day, a lot of people post tributes for his passing. However, a month after,
and also, just a reminder, he said to his character till the last cut for a second moment. Yeah, and just a reminder, he was referenced. He had literally a cameo in the Minecraft movie. Like, everybody saw that, right? When a pig with a crown goes by in the village, somebody asks, why is that a pig with a crown? And Steve, Jack Black's character, he's saying, it is not a pig, it is a legend. Not a king, he's a legend. Yeah, I think the main character asks for it to be made, yeah. The kid with the hair. Oh, that's nice. That's nice, actually. Okay, let's continue. We got a little bit lost for a moment.
Tributes for his passing. However, a month after he passed, when a majority of the internet was still mourning him, Meowber, on the other hand, would take this as an opportunity for one of her most infamous trolls, or stunts, I guess.
Dear God. Okay, yeah, I can find a show about it and send it to you later. Oh, sure.
She would produce and publish a picture of her doing explicit things to Technoblade's body in a casket. This obviously would result in widespread outrage, as almost the entire Minecraft community flooded her comment section responding negatively to what she had posted. One individual was so upset by this, in retaliation, they drew their own art of Meowber hanging from a ceiling fan. Obviously...
Okay, that is too far. To a situation that already went too far. Like, no, you do not do that. Never in hell do you not respond in this way. Fucking, the most you can do is contact, like, local authorities or whatever you can do legally. You do not do this shit in response. Never. Fucking never. Like, no. Fucking no. Just no.
You should never fight fire with fire in these situations,
exactly.
Or feed the trolls, or even stoop down to their level, but this is just one of said strong reactions around this event. And this whole thing was a very talked about subject, because if you didn't know about Meowber and the controversial things she posted about before, you definitely did now. She continued to farm the attention by doubling down a month later when the fallout of the main event had simmered a little bit by posting a video of herself mounting a Technoblade plushie and making certain remarks.
She did fucking what now?
Oh, Technoblade. That's my little cancer patient. Techno. Oh, I love your rotting body.
What in the
Clearly,
fuck?
this was once again.
Dear Lord. Ew. Fucking ew.
An attempt to reignite the hatred and attention surrounding her, and yes, it worked, but this time apparently not without consequences, because shortly after, Meowber's main account on TikTok with over 1 million followers would be banned. Yes, this was finally the end of Meowber. She had lost everything, went complete.
Sure. I ain't good with managing my anger, but even I know, firstly, not to fight fire with fire, but I absolutely despise her more and more. Yeah, absolutely. Like, it is disgusting. Disgusting!
Completely broke. She was homeless and lived out the rest of her life on a farm somewhere.
I think violence is acceptable now. Depends on the scale and what you define as violence, Darkseid. It really depends in that case.
Yes, this was finally the end of Meowber. She had lost everything, went complete.
The level of the disrespect in those two moments are absolutely horrendous. And heretical. Just saying. Absolutely heresy.
Broke. She was homeless and lived out the rest of her life on a farm somewhere in the hellhole that is France. Obviously, and unfortunately, that wasn't the case. She would return to TikTok a few months later with a new account, posting an...
You're a cold bitch, but you deliver mean when needed. Yeah, it didn't, motherfucker, yeah, it wasn't for long. It wasn't for long.
Apology saying she's sorry for everything she did, using the excuse
Bubble Silvers under the nails. bamboo slivers under the nails. Jesus!
She has BPD and DID or something, and then she goes on a massive LARP tangent about how she was doing this all for us because the neighboring galaxy.
This kind of reminds me of the whole Techno-LARP shit. Oh, right. Techno-LARP that was recently happening on Twitter. It is disgusting in my opinion. Just saying. Oh, wait. Also the channel on YouTube, Techno-LARP. Blade or whatever the fuck was his name.
Galaxy Andromeda is going to destroy the Milky Way, and she's going to ascend to Meow Heaven to sacrifice
yeah, at this point a lobotomy would be fucking required.
Herself to save humanity. Yes, in usual Meowba fashion, this was not an actual apology.
Meow hasn't returned to cause trouble or anything, but instead now wants to apologize.
I'm taking off my headphones and putting it aside. I do not want to hear it.
For all the disrespectful things Meow has done. Meow never meant to hurt anyone. Meow has bipolar disorder and DID, so many of Meow's actions were actually Meow's
fucking
systematic.
Excuses and excuses. Fucking take accountability, bitch.
Meow also suffers severe religious trauma, which made Meow allies against
sure, you piece of shit.
believers. This was unacceptable for Meow to do. Meow also apologizes for the title of my art video. Meow suffers necrophilia. Meow can't help as a way of giving
the fuck
back to you all, Meow's returning up above to Meowville. Within the next 3 years, our neighboring galaxy, Andromeda, will destroy the Milky Way. And as Meowba, god of the Milky Way, god of Meow's god of the Earth, Meow will sacrifice Meow's...
The fuck?
Within the same video in the...
Jesus fucking Christ. Thank Lord I put my headphones away. Like, I can get wanting to LARP as a fucking YouTuber or post as one. I don't fucking know why we invented a whole new word for poser when it's a perfectly fucking normal word. Yeah, good question. But posing as a fucking dead person is absolutely disrespecting him and taking his dead silence as a green light to go through with the posing of the blood figure. Yeah, it is sacrilegious. It is absolutely unforgivable. Like, not even Father Anderson can make you repent for that. Nope.
The background, apart from the delusional rambling, you can see she's on top of a building, which many assumed was her, hinting she was going to attempt suicide. And this was only more evident.
Yeah, you heard about the silence thing from his dad, right? Yeah. He was like, somebody asked him, I believe, like about Techno-LARP, and he just did not respond. Like, I believe the Techno Dad did not know about it, maybe, which is no way he didn't know. But he was just quiet about it, and the LARP guy basically treated silence as compliance, which is fucking disgusting. Hopefully Techno Dad later made it clear that it is unacceptable.
In her following post, where she made a video saying she got a lot of hate comments on her previous post and she is now in the hospital, and the comments she was referring to were people basically telling her to follow through with the actions she was hinting at within the video, because she was still being criticized for the things she had posted prior. But once again, fighting fire with fire and telling someone to follow through with these types of things never benefits anyone, to be honest. But it's still unclear if Meowba did attempt something and was actually mentally struggling, or if this was just another troll. And this is often a common symptom when all you do is post rage bait and controversial videos, because at that point people cannot take you seriously or differentiate if you're actually being sincere and you are struggling, or once again, if this is just you doing your usual thing. But judging from...
Jesus, I can't begin to imagine what Techno Dad thought about Techno-LARP. Yeah, I believe, I believe he at least thought about enforcing the Second Amendment. Just saying.
Her activity around this time, more specifically the fact she apparently
wait, did you know that you can put a shunt between two spinal spacers to trap someone into the bed? I beg your finest fucking pardon, Darkseid. Excuse me? Excuse me? First of all, what is a shunt? Like, apparently paralyzing someone? Oh! 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 Dear God. Wouldn't that kill them, like, very quickly? Like, under a hour or something? I'm asking not tell at all. Yeah, like, that's a question.
Usual thing, but judging from her activity around this time, more specifically the fact she apparently kept privating and unprivating her accounts whenever she received waves of backlash for her actions.
Of course,
so it's not entirely impossible that the hate was getting to her in some way, but that still, even if true, doesn't entirely clear her of accountability for the things she did and the constantly escalating events that would occur after.
Okay, and it's still not the end of the video. There is like at least 10 more minutes left. A shunt is a device or path that turns splashes or redirects something, such as fluid, electricity, or a train, to a different place. It can be used as a noun or a verb across several technical and everyday fields. Google explanation. Ah, like... Wait, Darkseid, do you mean you want to launch a thunderbolt into whatever that person is fucking back, and to make the spinal cord fucking dysfunctional? Is that your idea, Darkseid? Fucking I don't know how ethical it is, but it may work. Maybe like to block a part of the spine, you know? Yeah. Most likely the case. Jesus Christ, Darkseid. You are cruel.
Towards the end of 2022, the attention surrounding...
Do you know how your body works? I did not have a biology... I did not have a biology lesson in like 5 years, Darkseid. I barely remember.
Meowbo. After.
Same, yeah.
Towards the end of 2022, the attention surrounding Meowbo would die down. She lost her...
Never had any. You didn't? Damn.
A main account with millions of followers, which even to this day she hasn't fully recovered from, and PNG tubers like Jellybean weren't as hated as they were earlier on in the year, so people talked about them less, leading Meowba to fade somewhat into obscurity. And in the years that followed, whenever her name was brought up, it was often met with surprise that they were still posting because most had completely forgotten about them.
Damn. I did have like 2 or 3 sex education lessons though. No, I meant like biology, like explaining what a human body is. It uses electric chemicals to make you move or feel. Huh. Yeah, it's what you meant, lol. No, sex... Okay, we are getting lost in this source right now. Let's continue with the video just.
And I can almost guarantee some motherfucker in the comments has already typed Meowba. Haven't heard that name in years with multiple smoking emojis or something. She would have...
let's be honest, I never knew who Meowba is. And I guess thank God that I did not never knew who that is. In the first place. It's...
have a few temporary spikes in popularity here and there.
I know. Yeah, I'm dark and evil. Now shit.
As she continued to post her usual content, it was mainly the same gold mine she had hit countless times before, either involving religion or posting NSFW art pieces of other creators, dead or alive. I think she even did one in...
Charlie Kirk x Dean Wieters and September 19th, 2025. You disgusting piece of shit! What the fuck? Charlie Kirk... She made a lot of Charlie Kirk fucking NSFW arts. So her suggestion was to basically block the spinal cord from working. Like, I don't know how legal it is, but fucking, it's an option. Wait, what's the September one? The 4 arts that, like, September 10th of 2025, Charlie Kirk was shot. Was killed literally, and Rainbow, I suppose you know who Charlie Kirk is. Like, even if you don't know, there's like 2 reaction videos that I did back in September. But yeah, she made 4 NSFW arts of Charlie Kirk, of dead Charlie Kirk, with like multiple people. Jesus Christ, what a disgusting piece of shit. No clue, man. You should look it up because You will be angry at people, believe me. You will be fucking angry. Oh, it's not bad. Who's going to tell on me? Oh, yeah.
Involving Queso of all people.
Queso? Wait, what?
We're alive. I think she even did one involving Queso of all people.
What? What the fuck? No!
But all around, she was not getting the attention she had seen in previous years. So probably after seeing she was getting less attention, she would attempt to slowly escalate her rage baiting and trolling. In one case in 2024, she collaborated and became somewhat involved with the infamous Bella the Wolf. Someone that has the same, if not less, reputation than Meowba. She also had a religion about herself. She also had a history of posting intentional rage bait, and she apparently doxed a 10-year-old's phone number, which led to said 10-year-old to be harassed. And there is apparently a whole host of other things she...
A pint YouTuber and a gacha YouTuber goes into a bar. The bartender asks them, "Do you want to fucking die today?" Wait, is it that public podcast guy who had his death celebrated in front of his family? Yes, that one guy. The Charlie Kirk was the guy who was debating people in the college campuses. Yes, and like that guy. Yes, and whose death everybody on all the liptards and retards on TikTok celebrated his death. That guy. Yes. But back to those fucking retards.
He is done, so this was basically a match made in heaven. But said
more like a match made in hell. Ugh.
Wouldn't last for long because they would have a falling out after Meowba supposedly discovered that people associated with Bella had been doing some very illegal things involving minors, and Meowba didn't want to support that, so she broke...
Fuck my life, not her too. Yeah, fuck.
Broke ties and made a whole ass documentary on her alt channel exposing her for this. Obviously, this is Meowba, so take...
Post the video. Wait, what? On which moment? On here? Do you want here rainbow or like some previous shots? Think about that. Kettle the pot is so black, the abyss is telling you to lighten up. Yes, exactly. If the shunt is done right, you can turn the pain and pleasure receptors fire as you wish. Oh! Dear God, Darkseid! Dear fucking God, this is... I have a question. Darkseid. Have you ever served in the military? Like, have you been an E4 when you served in the military, if you ever served? Just asking a question. Why in the name of all is that holy? Do you know that? Yes! Why do you know that out of all things? No, I'm not. Then how the hell do you know that? Like... Dear God. Like, not even Dr. House knows that, I'm pretty sure.
Her alt that, so she broke ties and made a whole ass documentary on her alt channel exposing her for this. Obviously, this is Meowba, so take everything with a grain of salt, but
and why? Because my mom was a nurse and I read through medical textbooks. You know what? Fair. For the giggles. For the giggles. And he's like, I will remember it for later. Oh, interesting. So that's how this part of the body works. It is giving me some ideas. I need to make a few notes. Dear God, I am scared of the medically educated welderman now. Oh my God. You know what? Yeah. I am scared now too.
I can't get my head around the fact this is basically the worst person you can imagine making a good point or potentially doing some good. I did not see that twist coming in the storyline. But even if her claims were factually correct, whatever positive rep she had just gained, she would lose down the line because this somewhat positive character arc wouldn't last for long. And this was due to her next
Asked if she had any positive character arc. Hey, I said I read through them. I didn't say I passed any medical tests. Even if you did not get a medical license, even if you did not any medical tests, still learning and making notes, you can do that without schools. Like, just saying.
Since she wasn't getting the attention she received in her heyday, and the topics she used for her rage bait went.
That doesn't make it any better, even if it makes you a medic kind of guy if you know his lore, yes. Oh my god, the TF2 medic, this is what the Rainbow talking about. Dear lord.
As effective as they were previously, so she would have to escalate again, which may have led her to perform her videos not just with the PNG avatar, but with herself in front of the camera, but with her face censored. And that still apparently wasn't enough, leading to her most disturbing arc that I would have never imagined her doing in a million years. Can you guess what she did? Well, there's a few options. Do you think she A, spat on the Quran, B, vomited on the Quran, C,
took a shit,
peed on the Quran, or D, left a fibery log on the Quran?
Popped on the Quran. Yeah, she took a shit on the Quran. Off? What you're talking about, Rainbow? Don't worry, you can take the card out and keep you going for a few pumps. Of course you would say that.
Submitted your answer? Well, if you weren't absolutely brain dead, it was C. Yeah. Yes, she peed on the Quran.
It's even worse.
It's your true god Meowba here.
With a few.
And today,
Jesus.
Meow's gonna be asserting Meow's dominance as the only real religion by...
Yeah, that's definitely an Asian.
Peeing on the Quran. Yay! Look. It's the Quran. Let's do it! Yay!
Oh no.
I've played a lot of Fortnite, so hopefully my aim
Please
is good.
Please blur the footage. Please
and then
blur
she
the
starts
footage.
kissing on the Quran.
On the electrical appliance, cowboy. Thought she went that round. Jesus.
Which I obviously can't show you. But this was, as one person put it, the start to her water sports arc, because this wasn't the only time she did it. Her next victim was the Torah.
The Torah! And praise be to the Lord Meowba!
What next? Was the Bible in the list? Of course. Whatever.
Is this just a way of promoting our OnlyFans? What's about to happen? What's about to happen?
What the hell? You know, even though I'm Jewish, I don't care about this shit. Yeah, me neither. Like, she's doing that just for the clicks at this point.
I'm gonna explain what's happening. She's put the book, I don't know what book it is, I think it's the Jewish one, right?
Yeah.
And she is literally pissing, like cat style, maybe even doggy style. Rephrase that one. Let's just say she's mentally ill.
But again, I could let my mind wander with more extreme tactics. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, mostly I ain't religious. I ain't religious either, but this is just dirty, quite literally.
Okay, it's a bit obvious that she's completely mentally fucked.
Yes, she is slowly working her way through the religions. I can safely bet that either the Holy Bible or some Buddhist scripture is next.
Yeah, also, question. I didn't know there's a Torah in English. Like, hello. First of all, I never seen such a big Torah book. That's first. Second, why the hell is there a Torah in English? Like, wouldn't you... if you want to learn the Torah, wouldn't you learn that in Hebrew? Just asking. Can't be a clearer cry for attention. Yeah.
And safely bet that either the Holy...
Oh, it's the Torah for the retards with the extra large writing. Yeah, exactly. That is a huge book for no reason. Like, what the hell? Like, Rainbow, you know how a regular Tanakh looks like. It is it is like smaller than a brick. Like your classic brick, the Tora is smaller than that and a little bit more thick. And it is small. Yeah, I know, it's basically the size of a palm. Yeah, like not really a palm, a little bit bigger, depends on the size of 2 palms. Yeah, 2 palms, like literally 2 palms, or literally smaller than a child's head. That's it. And that's not only big fucking Torah, it's also in English, and it's also only the Torah itself, like the Tanakh is Tanakh, Nevi'im, Ktuvim, like literally 3 books in one. And that is only the Torah here. What the fuck is this monstrosity?
Bible or some Buddhist scriptures next. However, unfortunately, these stunts did work for Meowba. She saw a bit of a spike in attention around this time, but it still didn't compare to previous years, and it didn't last long. But she continued with the water sports, even recently trying to relive her most
It's the Ritartora. Ritartora. That's a great one.
Infamous stunt, because on the 1st of June, it was Technoblade's birthday.
No.
You can kind of see where I'm going here.
No.
But for those of you that are a bit dumb and put the milk in first before the cereal, let me explain. On his birthday, she would get a Technoblade plushie and piss on it.
Of course she would. Of course she would.
Meow grants him a gift.
Oh my fucking god, why is she going 3 for 3? Yeah, that's a good fucking question.
But not just any gift. The gift of golden goodness. Happy
preparation.
Oh, Technoblade, you poor defiled creature. Come here.
No! Get that away from my screen!
Boop, boop. Look at this.
Once again, there truly is no low she won't go to at this point, and she's only further enabled by her echo chamber, that is the people in her Discord server, and those are part of her religion. She has almost 100,000 people in her Discord server, of which I'm guessing most are kids.
Dear God in fucking heaven, what in them up? What? Just, what? I swear to God, I'm going to turn into Moshe Rabbeinu and fucking cast blood rain on her. I swear to God, I cannot begin to describe how big my eyes were when he talked about her. This, you should have seen my eyes. They became bigger than dinner plates. I swear to God.
And there are some people that actually worship her like a god, which is very disturbing. But speaking about her Discord server, there was a Google document dropped recently exposing Meowba and some of the
No way! It took you not 4 fucking years to make a Google Talkie. Bravo!
In her Discord server, but as of this video, it was taken down, and apparently it was made by Bella the Wolf or someone associated. But once again, the document.
Right. Sure, of course. Fine, God's green fucking earth can experiment pieces of shit, go scorched earth on this speech, but go all social justice warrior or fucking platforms for age verifying, yeah. Oh, so she likes water sports, noted. Looks into waterboarding and other water torches. Go for it, Darkseid. Go for it. Do it. Do it. Fucking do it, Darkseid. Fucking, the controls are yours, Darkseid. Do it.
Was taken down, so I can't find any proof that Bella was behind this. All I could find was why issue.
Risk of Rain 2 music in the background. Based.
Is an older document because it lists Meowba's age as 21 when she is currently 22. But this document alleges that she's groomed minors into harming themselves, attempted to dox a child, was into incest and necrophilia, and was associated with people that did the same, if not worse things, including, once again, things involving those underage. The document, I assume, is a bit outdated and needs a bit more evidence to prove some of the claims, in my opinion, but with the newer document before it was taken down...
Jesus Christ! You know, I do have a frame of reference for how to keep a person aware of torture. Good. Very good.
Meowba would respond to some of the claims. First clarifying she never grouped kids into SH, but she does confirm it happened, with one apparently carving her name into their arm, and another did it so they could get a specific role in her Discord server, of which she said no, but then goes on to say she herself was a victim.
Evidence! Do you have any evidence with you? Because, with your current reputation, you know what? Fucking guilty until proven innocent. Looks towards subjects and begins chuckling. So you letting me out of the box? Yes. Do it! Make crime. Oh, nice joke for a bitch. There ain't no fucking way you didn't groom them into this, yeah.
Of group, and the person her convinced her to make a role for this on the server, and she also has a history of doing SH, which she said explains that one screenshot of her condoning SH, saying most of this happened while she was blowing up, so she didn't really.
Also, Cowboy, it's Goma Boy commit crimes. Yeah, but since Darkseid is like almost 2 times older than me, I cannot call him my boy. The most I can go like, go my friend, commit crimes.
Know how to deal with it, adding these types of events haven't happened since. She then addressed the second accusation, which was she's friends or associated with.
My boy ain't got an age limit, it's a term, my friend. Fair.
Pedophiles and people that doxed kids. Saying that the one mod Momo didn't dox anyone, he was just sharing the phone numbers of people that were texting him weird things. And then people in that server started messaging those people weird things. And the DMs where the same person messaged someone underage for certain pictures was fake, where supposedly even the person that
That's the definition of doxing, you retard, yeah!
The accusations confirmed they were fake. The second person she knew that had similar allegations was banned after they found out he sent an explicit message to someone underage. The next claim was that she made underage people drink milk out of bowls, saying one 22-year-old did it as a joke, but then it became something you had to do to get unbanned from her server, and she continues to say nobody was forced to do it, it was voluntary in order to get unbanned, which in my opinion is still bad that it even was a thing. She clarifies that the punishment was removed after a month and 4 to 5 people actually ended up doing it. The next accusation was drawing NSFWR of those underage, of which she says she never did, and people are commonly referring.
You ever heard of how they would text Moment to be a witch? Ew!
To
fucking ew.
Of Jelly Bean, of which she says she drew of her OC for her 18th birthday, even adding they are 6 months apart in age. With the claim of preying on those underage, this was apparently a rumor spread from a fake video by Bella the Wolf, where they had a child impersonate Meowba saying weird things for a role in a server, and they even apparently admitted to it being fake. And the last accusation is that she posts pictures of her poo in her server, of which she admits to it, and then shares supposed proof in the same thread.
Ew!
I want to blow my shit clean off after reading all of that.
Yeah, me too.
In a video game. Maybe.
Kill me.
She then gets into an argument
you
with
know
Bella
what?
the
At this point, just fucking execute me already. I have seen everything in this world.
Wolf in the same thread where Bella says her parents failed her. And this is just 2 mentally ill people fighting who are both as bad as each other. And nobody is a saint here.
Yeah,
but all in all,
2 retards fighting. Like, literally.
This is still terrible. A lot of these things shouldn't have been happening, and her server shouldn't have been an environment.
The quote, no panic button, point and click to Pink Mist,
where some of these things were happening. Especially the thing with the milk bowl and the poo posting. Why was that a thing when there are supposedly kids in the server? But anyway, that is basically it when it comes to Meowba in the current day. She is just the same, if not worse, than when she initially blew up on the internet. And in my opinion, she is only going to get worse. She's going to keep escalating her stunts till she gets something equivalent to when she initially blew up. And I'm pretty sure down the line that is going to involve taking a shit on some religious scriptures, because nobody is really stopping her. She's got her echo chamber of support, egging her on and enabling the things she does. But even with all of that said, even with the things she's done recently, a lot of people have still forgotten about her, and I
just got... They would tie the woman to a chair and begin dunking at them in a river of water to see if they float. Oh, so you mean like they call themselves witch and then they get the medieval treatment. Now I get it. I hate how I have a gut feeling I know it will make me pop a blood vessel, yeah.
I think at this point it's only a matter of time till people completely move on from her and she fades into further obscurity. Well, that or the effects of the Christian medallion will finally catch up to her. But that's just something I remembered and wanted to talk about today. Don't forget to unstick your balls from your leg. And yeah, that's all I had to say, and bye-bye.
Bye-bye, and Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. That is not rage by tradition thinking. Jesus Christ, it's... Me God's telling me that there's a recurring thing on June 1st every year. Oh, dear Lord in heaven, I need a break, and I need more game subs. Jesus Christ, I need a break for a minute. I really need a break for a fucking minute, because otherwise, first of all, my blubber will blow up, and my brain will blow up. Everything will blow. Call out is understandable. Thank you. Enjoy some good music for the meanwhile. Dear, jobb твою, блять, мать! Okay, I am back. Oh my god, I am back with another cup of icy water. Give me a second, I need... I need to chill a lot. I need to chill out a lot, I believe. Do you know that some sewage treatment plants have open vats? Yes? What is a vats? Do you know what a ringkak is? I think I do. Yes, so if I took the witch tanking test, a ringkak, and then what do I get? I first filled the intake with no escape till balloon. Now added sewage treatment plants, water vats. The fuck? The fuck? Wait, I got lost again. Oh dear lord, that is sick twisted double god. I absolutely love it to be too good as good, sir. Hello there. Hello. Good lord. Oh! Wait. What is a water vats? Let me look it up for a second. Water vats. Maybe I will recognize it. Oh! That thing! Oh my god! Punishment for that... factual furious beach. Also, what's our biggest water tanks? Yeah, I just seen it. Dear lord! Darkseid is... Oh my god! What a punishment! Okay. Apex opened my box. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! The Darkseid, you're like a Pandora box. I swear to God. Speaking of Pandora boxes, do we want to know how Pandora boxes will act if they were full of E-Force? Because right now we are going into a history lesson that apparently involves an E-Force. So essentially Gasbeard want to give her a taste of her own shit, talking forcefully. In the literal sense, damn. So, do we want to watch an Animarchy history video? Ahoy my king, then we do want. The Americans who won World War II with crime. Grand Theft Panzer. And apparently the E4 Mafia is involved. We are going... we are going to strategically transfer equipment to an alternate location on an industrial scale right now. How long is it? Over an hour and a half. Oh, we are here for a long time, fellas. And it's about to be good. By the way, you noticed your follower number? Oh yeah, on Twitch it's 60. 60 exactly. And I already seen that a lot of people were coming to YouTube now. Yes, I mean, I'm happy being one. Good. Whew, let's see. Let's see what the E-Force were up to in World War II. Shall we? Yes.
In the United States military, there is a clandestine operation dating back to the founding of the Continental Army. An international crime syndicate that has branches in every single country's armed forces around the world. A cabal of corporals, a cartel of chiefs, an underground network of senior enlisted personnel whose sole mission is the acquisition of mission-critical equipment by any means necessary.
Oh boy.
Because no officer in the chain of command is stupid enough to inquire as to how they got any of it. They are the world's oldest fight club, and...
Oh boy. As I said before, you sick diabolical drenched, and I love how you man voice. Kudos to you, good sir. Yeah, kudos to you, Darkseid.
They operate under the same rules of the Fight Club. You don't talk about it. That organization is, of course, the E4 Mafia.
Oh boy.
An institution that lives by its ancient and most sacred motto. There is only one thief in the military. Everyone else is just trying to get their shit back. Yet during World War II, this secret order of free market entrepreneurs would go public for the first and only time in their history, when the commanding general of the 83rd Infantry Division, Robert C. Macon, gave them the order to reveal themselves to the world by issuing them letters of marque to seize anything the division could use to achieve their ultimate goal. That goal was Berlin. The crime wave that followed would go down in history as the fastest advance ever made by an infantry division during a modern war.
What?
Where the men of the 83rd would take everything not nailed down that could prove useful. If it had wheels, shot ammunition, aided in communications, or filled their stomachs, it was theirs. No question.
What about the ladies? I'm pretty sure there was at least one Ifor who stole a lady into America. I'm pretty sure. And that was not Operation Paperclip, by the way.
Asked. And in this effort, they earned a legendary nickname. The Ragtag Circus.
How?
Forget strategic transfer of equipment to alternate locations. This wasn't your regular crime.
Oh boy. If I can make contact with one Ifor, then I even have a way to erase the evidence. Good. Well, and that ASVAB skit fan made is fucking good because he had actual military people to help him accurately do the skit. Yeah, that's awesome.
No. This wasn't stealing, no. This was tactical hardware expropriated for further tasking.
That's where it came from.
This was organized crime.
Theft. Nice one, Animarchy, nice one.
This was felony theft. And today, we are going to go through both their myriad of heroic exploits and their extensive rap sheet. Right after a word from our sponsor.
Good lad.
Germany is always difficult.
Also, theft is legal as long as it follows that acronym. Pretty much, yeah. The video was made 8 months ago. Oh my god. Animarchy is into the joke.
Something the men of the 83rd can definitely attest to. However, since the end of the Cold War, the German military has been steadily decaying with lack of funding and low manpower, with fewer and fewer volunteers and a conscription system that is woefully out of date. However, with the war in Ukraine, that appears to be changing.
Right. Is that part of the ad? Ground news. Okay, let's skip the ground news ad. Skip it. Here we go.
And now back to the Grand Theft Auto shenanigans of the Ragtag Circus.
Oh boy.
Alrighty, so before we start, I should say that this is part 2 of a 2-part series.
What?
However, I have very intentionally edited these videos so you don't need to watch both if you just want to watch the iconic Race to Berlin part. However, doing that is like skipping straight to the Death Star attack in Return of the Jedi. You're missing a bunch of cool stories as well as context. Thus, I shall do a quick recap, and if you want to watch the full version, you can go back and watch it. The 83rd Infantry...
Wait. To what video Animarchy is referring to? Wait, let me look up real quick. Most likely this one. Most likely this video. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Division, made up of the...
we will look it up later, like on the next week.
331st, 330th, and 329th Infantry Regiments landed in Normandy halfway through June to relieve the 101st Airborne around Carentan. And once they got in position, they began kicking some serious ass, paving the way for the breakout from Hedgerow Hell in Operation Cobra and the capture of St. Lo. During that campaign, many acts of heroism took place. Most notably, one of the division's battalion commanders, one Francis Faber, single-handedly repelling a counterattack led by a Tiger tank, and he did it by pulling his Colt 45 and chasing it down Tom Hanks style.
Wait, come again?
Commanders, one Francis Faber, single-handedly repelling a counterattack led by a Tiger tank, and he did it by pulling his Colt 45 and chasing it down Tom Hanks style.
He pulled a gun on a tank and fucking won. What?
He climbed onto the engine deck of the thing while it was fighting and mag dumped into the engine. Then, after being pulled out of Normandy, they were tasked to take the fortress city of...
Good lord. And the rule for the USA, if you're not cheating, you're not even trying. True. Absolutely true.
St. Malo, where they had to fight street to street and assault multiple...
And if you are cheating and you lost, you were not cheating enough. Or you were cheating wrong. One out of two.
Complexes, as well as a literal castle. However, they didn't have to seize all of them, because the 83rd's other most famous skill, aside from Grand Theft Auto, is having officers with more Riz than any other unit in the Allied armies. Multiple times, multiple goddamn times, one of their commanders would just walk into a German headquarters, either under a flag of truce or even as a prisoner, and just talk them into giving up. He would roll a nat 20 on his charisma check and just convince them to surrender.
Damn.
And this went to the extent that the commander of the 329th Infantry Regiment's recon unit, one Lieutenant Sam W. McGill Sr., drove 60 miles behind enemy lines in his jeep, found a German general, and then convinced his entire army of 20,000 men to just give up without a fight.
No way.
They got so good at this that the 83rd took more prisoners than any other division in the European theatre of World War II. If the enemy didn't surrender, though, they had men like Colonel Edwin Crabble, nicknamed Buckshot, who commanded the 329th Infantry Regiment, and along with him, you have his personal problem solver, the legendary, iconic Captain Granville Attaway Sharp, who might as well be the protagonist of this story, because this is a man who would look at any tactical situation he was confronted with and simply say, nah, I'd win. Which he did. Every time.
Damn.
The man just kept winning, like a ridiculous amount. I mean...
Walks back over to my coffin and lifts the lid to return to my box. Oh wait. Thank you for your service, Dark Satan. Good lord, is that entire unit just made out of the Avengers of the E4 Mafia division? Because what the hell is going on?
Seriously, this man has so much aura that not only does he share a name with the greatest soldier in cinematic history, he doesn't die like Sean Bean, and while he survives, he also styles on the enemy while kicking the shit out of them.
Damn.
To the extent that during the middle of a pitched battle, he stole a speaker truck from a psychological warfare unit, which he then used to blast patriotic American music during their assaults on St. Malo's various fortresses. The man even intentionally switched songs mid-battle to the Star-Spangled Banner when it looked like they were winning for maximum style points.
Oh my god! That is so awesome! That is so absolutely redneck awesome. It's the cherry on top of a perfect cake.
Clearly in the face of such massive
fucking shit for Central Prefan. Yes, he was just flexing on them at this point.
Maximum style points. Clearly in the face of such massive balls and Allied air supremacy threatening to drench their bunker system in napalm, but hey ho, the Germans decided to surrender without resorting to a final climactic battle.
Yeah, good. He lifts my lid slightly. They're just good old boys. Closes to my box. Yeah, those are good old boys.
Earning the 83rd Infantry a spot on the cover of Times magazine, thanks to the famous female war reporter Lee Miller. After which, they went around clearing through the rest of France, captured an entire German army, as I mentioned before, and then, just as an added flex, liberated the entire country of Luxembourg.
Damn.
And that brings us right up to date to October 1944.
But to be fair, Luxembourg is like super small, isn't it? It's like isn't that country like smaller than Israel by 2 times or something? Just asking.
Where, after digging in on the defensive line facing the dark and foreboding landscape of the Ardennes forest, the legend of the Ragtag Circus truly begins.
Oh boy. And that was only the introduction to them, so now we are starting the fun shit. Okay, you got me super hooked. Like it is like the fisherman's hook with the tastiest worms in history. Into the Hurtgen crushing the bulge. Okay.
As the 83rd had been recuperating after their campaign through France in Luxembourg, the Allied armies had been attempting to break through what the Germans had begun calling the Westwall, a line of fortifications along the western borders of Germany proper and the various river lines scattered throughout the lowlands of Belgium and Holland.
In other words, the E4 Mafia doesn't exist, so stop talking about them. Takes my repeat. Okay.
Operation Market Garden, launched on September 17th, led by the British armies of the northern sector of the Western Front, had since resulted in the worst defeat suffered by the Allies during the campaign of liberation begun in Normandy.
Oh boy.
Meaning the 12th US Army Group, holding the center sector of the front line, would have the responsibility of beginning the advance into Germany and punching through the most heavily fortified part of the enemy's defensive perimeter.
Oh boy.
That being the Siegfried Line.
Of course.
As such, in early October, US forces began their advance eastwards with the goal of capturing the largest urban center on the Germanic-Belgian border, the ancient cathedral city of Aachen. But capturing a city is a time-consuming and expensive process in terms of supplies and manpower if the enemy is able to contest it. As such, the best way to capture a city is to encircle it first, thereby forcing the garrison to capitulate due to lack of supply or reinforcement, which is exactly the conclusion General Omar Bradley drew. Thus, several US Army corps maneuvered to either side of the city to begin the encirclement operation, while a direct assault was launched on the city itself. Yet the southern flank of this operation was faced with a challenge that no one had expected. They had stumbled upon a heavily forested labyrinth of hills and valleys. The canopy of trees was so thick, barely any light reached the forest floor. However, the rain did, turning the roads and wooded paths into rivers of mud so deep, tanks would slide off the roads and plunge into valleys, never to be recovered. Yet they had to break through into Germany. They had to breach the Siegfried Line. And so, the Americans ventured forth into the Hurtgen.
Hurtgen, okay, that's how it's called.
Slaughter. Through the months of October and November, no less than 5 US divisions advanced into the Hurtgen forest, for only 2.5 to come out. Both sides fought for every hill, every trench, every bunker system. The Germans had reinforced their fighting positions with logs, tunnel networks, and pre-sighted artillery kill zones. This went to the extent that they had developed their own equivalent of the famous proximity fuse, setting their artillery to burst in the treetops above US troops, raining hot shrapnel and deadly sharp wooden splinters onto the poor exhausted GIs, whose foxholes were subsequently rendered useless. In 2 months of fighting, the city of Aachen had been captured, and other units were already advancing into Germany. But the men in the Hurtgen forest were desperately fighting for every inch of ground, and getting absolutely nowhere.
Fucking hell, yeah, it is super scary. Like, obviously, war is hell, always, no argue, but this is a special kind of hell.
To resume the offensive and finally begin the advance into Germany proper, a concentrated effort needed to be made to break through this deadlock and reach the River Ruhr, a successful crossing of which into the city of Düren would breach the Siegfried Line and open the way for a general advance to the symbolic guardian of the German Reich, the River Rhine. The operation was codenamed Operation Queen, a large-scale offensive to reach the Rhine and break into the Ruhr Valley by smashing the Siegfried Line in multiple places, culminating in the capture of the city of Cologne. This operation began on November 16th, 1944, as throughout the Hurtgen forest, the 1st and 4th Infantry Divisions slammed into prepared enemy positions. Yet once again, progress was far below expectations. Casualties were devastating. Now fighting on home soil, the Wehrmacht and the SS launched relentless counterattacks on any Allied unit that managed to take any ground at all.
Fucking hell. Some say if you drink every color of the repeats, then you enter God mode. What the hell is a repeat, by the way? Give me a second. Because I'm not sure if I ever heard of a repeat. Maybe repeat drink. Repeat drink. An energy drink, okay. Huh. Yeah, that tracks. That tracks a lot.
Using coordinated artillery barrages on pre-sighted positions, the accuracy and volume of fire of the Germans was devastating. However, worse still for the Allies was the weather. Winter had arrived, and the constant rain had rendered the roads practically unusable, and the ever-falling temperatures were inflicting severe damage to the attackers in both exposure casualties and crippling their already fragile morale. By early December, as the snow began to fall, the Americans had made it 2/3 of the way through the forest, at the cost of almost 35,000 men killed or wounded.
Ow.
The 4th Infantry Division in particular had suffered so many casualties they were rendered combat ineffective and unable to continue the advance.
Jesus.
To continue the offensive, they needed reinforcements.
Read
they
the
needed
contents.
a sledgehammer.
Wait, the contents? You know what? Very quickly. I will do that very, very quickly. Okay, let's see. Uh-huh. Okay, pretty much the same as in a Monster Energy drink. 160 milligram, like plus minus 10 milligrams, not really a difference. 16 ounces can of the Rip Eats. Yeah, of a Rip It. Like it's the same as a Monster can. Literally almost the same, 1-to-1. Yeah, pretty much the same. But is there something like super specific in a repeat? Whatever, let's continue watching the video. I don't know. Yeah, me neither.
To blast through the Germans and race to the River Ruhr before they could blow the bridges.
Simply put, their energy drinks and sugar is high. High sugar. Oh yeah, you will have one hell of a crash after like 3 or 4 drinks and 2 hours. Yeah. You will have a crash so bad that the Titanic will look gentle.
The advance. To continue the offensive, they needed reinforcements. They needed a sledgehammer to blast through the Germans and race to the River Ruhr before they could blow the bridges. What they needed was the Thunderbolts.
Huh?
On December 4th, 1944,
Thunderbolts?
the men of the 83rd Infantry Division
the P-47s, oh boy.
Relieved the 4th after their horrific ordeal and began one of their own. The 330th Infantry Regiment launched an attack on the village of Strasse just outside the edge of the forest, and initially the attack went well. Resistance was heavy, but that was expected. What wasn't expected was the counterattack that nearly resulted in an entire company being encircled and wiped out. A fate only avoided by the timely arrival of armoured support.
Not really, but it's also what we give to our troops. Ah, the energy drink? Huh, okay.
Even then, the tanks took casualties of their own. Eventually, though, the 330th took the town of Strasse and kept moving forwards towards a farm.
This lore is something that's for sure, yeah.
Estate to the east of the village. Lieutenant William L. Devitt recalled in his memoir Shave Tail, trying to take the main farmhouse. 2 M4 Shermans were wrecked in front of it, having been destroyed in the previous battle, and the Germans had very evidently strong-pointed the position. After a running firefight across the open field in front of the estate, he and his company began surrounding the main farmhouse, preparing to storm it, only for the Germans inside to launch a coordinated effort to attain fire superiority, mag dumping and sending belts of MG42 fire out of every single window at the advancing Americans. Among this chaotic exchange of fire, a young private named Private White turned to Lieutenant Devitt and said, "Hey LT, do you reckon the 50 cals on top of those tanks still work?" "I don't know," the lieutenant replied. "Well, I'm gonna go find out." This 19-year-old kid had apparently been channeling the same gods of war Audie Murphy had done the year earlier, because he sprinted through a hail of MG42 fire, climbed on one of the wrecked Shermans, and then proceeded to obliterate the Germans firing from the top floor. He caused such a problem that the few Wehrmacht troops that survived the fusillade threw several grenades at him, wounding him severely. Though thankfully, the medic was right next to the lieutenant and was able to save his life.
Thank Lord.
The men of the 330th would take the town of Strasse and the woods to the east of it. And they wouldn't be the only ones to achieve some success, albeit at heavy cost. At the very same moment, the men of the 331st Infantry Regiment were fighting through the town of Gay in a violent house-to-house struggle.
Wait, the Germans have a town that is called the Gay? No way! I do not believe you. I don't believe you. If I beg your finest pardon. You can literally say there is gay inside Germany. and that would be a factual statement. Oh boy.
It was so brutal, the official history of the regiment, titled We Saw It Through, describes the battle in visceral detail. And I quote, "We slugged our way out of the forest, and hurling our might against the German town of Gay on December 10th, smashed one of the most formidable Nazi strongholds on the outskirts of the Hurtgen forest, and drove the stubbornly resisting enemy to the banks of the Ruhr River, just south of Düren. Gay was one of the most strategic strong points in the network of German defences.
Well, time to fact check.
Protecting the vital approaches to Düren. Situated at the edge of the Hurtgen forest, it lies in a valley through which all roads leading from the forest cross. The Germans were determined to hold this town, which they had built into a veritable fortress. Every house was a complete 90 arsenal. At each window, large supplies of ammunition were stacked. The basement of every home reinforced with double walls of cement and steel. Each one was a pillbox. For 3 days, the Nazis continued to pour reinforcements into the town as we fought in a house-to-house struggle, punching again and again until the enemy was forced from the cellars and the corners. Nearly every company in our regiment had a crack at this heavily defended position and felt the sting of the enemy's force. We fought through artillery, mortar, machine gun and small arms fire. As each house was taken, we held it against the most violent enemy counterattacks. Supporting tanks were knocked down on both sides of the town by mines in the streets, bazookas and artillery fire. Supplies could only trickle through. It was impossible for jeeps or any vehicle to get near the town, as the Jerrys continuously pounded the town's approaches with artillery fire.
Damn.
Basements of houses became aid stations, where only medical aid men of our companies cared for the wounded. There were no battle lines. Each house was either an American or a German sector. For 2 days and a night, our attacking companies were without water, many of our men without food. And then, from one point of high ground to another, with support of tanks, artillery and engineers, we stabbed relentlessly forward through enemy anti-personnel minefields in rain, ankle-deep mud, and snow. And we pushed the Germans back while beating off a series of successive, savage counterattacks, eventually securing a foothold on the west bank of the Ruhr River.
Nice.
They weren't the first unit of the 83rd to secure a foothold on the river, though. The 330th Infantry Regiment got that honour after they captured the town of Untermalbach. In fact, it was our friend Lieutenant Devitt's company who led the charge on that effort. An effort he was nominated to receive the Medal of Honor for. Except, there is no dramatic story behind his nomination. Instead, the reason he got the nomination is the colonel in command of the assault watched him walk across a field nonchalantly under heavy enemy fire to rejoin his men, who were at that moment desperately trying to capture a bridge over the river before the Germans blew it up.
Damn.
The award was later downgraded to a Distinguished Service Cross, and then subsequently withdrawn. Lieutenant Devitt didn't want to be decorated and subsequently wasn't. Why? Well, the answer's simple. The reason he was walking across the field instead of running was due to the fact that he had eaten an expired K-ration and was suffering from what was called a case of the GIs. Or another...
So in other words, he was trying to not shit himself while running.
Words, a crippling bout of diarrhea. And running would mean relaxing his lower bowel muscles, which in turn would cause a catastrophic demolition of his pants.
Oh yeah.
Thankfully, food...
Yeah. That was not an act of courage. That was an act of trying to not shit yourself in the pants. Oh dear lord.
And Devitt, but unfortunately for the Allied armies, the only demolition that occurred that day was that of the Untermalbach Bridge over the Ruhr River.
Damn.
The hopes of a crossing were dashed to the winter winds. But there was one more regiment yet to enter the fight. Their job was to push towards the town of Düren itself, and the last hope of a bridge. The main character...
Gay is a town in Poland nowadays. Sure. Yeah. Also, what the fuck am I looking at? Never mind.
Characters once again made their entrance, as the 329th Infantry Regiment arrived at the battle. Unlike the other two infantry units in the 83rd, the 329th had to clear the remaining unsecured area of the Hurtgen Forest, heading northeast. The Germans were entrenched in prepared positions, just as they had been for the duration of the battle. Lieutenant Sam W. McGill and his recon platoon had made the initial probe into the Hurtgen and realized that the intelligence reports they had been getting were not exaggerating. In fact, they were understating just how bad the situation was. If they got bogged down in another tree-to-tree fight like the other units,
just checked. Thank you, Darkseid.
They get slaughtered like everybody else. Colonel Buckshot Crabble briefed his battalion commanders accordingly with his operational intent. They had to get out of the forest at whatever the cost. And once again, it was now Major Granville Attaway Sharp who stepped up to the plate by giving his men a single order. Fix bayonets.
Oh boy.
On December 11th, 1944, the men of the 329th Infantry Regiment, with 2nd Battalion in the lead, launched a full-scale attack along their section of the front line. The Germans were taken completely by surprise, as the 4th Infantry Division had suffered so much damage, they hadn't made any offensive moves in the past week. Suddenly, an entire regiment of American GIs with bayonets fixed was sprinting towards them, machine guns providing base of fire, mortars raining hell, grenades flying into bunkers, while their inhabitants had only just woken up at the noise. And when I say it was the entire regiment, I am not being hyperbolic. When the order was given to fix bayonets, this went out to the support teams, the cooks, the radio operators. The entire regiment was on the attack. There was
everyone! Fucking get everyone! Fucking everyone! Nice!
Reserve, no relief force, nothing. Every man who could fire a rifle and stab a bayonet joined the attack. As Major Sharp...
Oh god, that's a strong order, yeah. Very strong one.
Sharp himself recounts.
The 4th Division had been chopped up in the Hurtgen, as had the 28th ahead of them, and as had the 9th Division ahead of them. And it was obvious to us who made the reconnaissance that the one objective we must do was to get through the forest and get out of the forest as quick as possible. The longer we stayed in there, we would be just chewed up with tree bursts from the artillery and mortar fire that came into the woods. My instruction to my commanders was, the objective is the edge of the woods. We're going to make a passage of lines. That is, the 4th Division troops are going to stay in place. We're going to pass right through them and go to the edge of the forest. Now, the German pillboxes in here were all built out of logs and with heavy roofs over them and had firing slits from them, and then they had trenches to support the firing boxes. My conviction was that there's only one thing to do, that was to attack with everybody forward, no depth to speak of, look for holes if we could, and where we found a hole to go on through it, but don't stop till we get to the edge of the forest. And that was my orders. I advised them, fix your bayonets. This is the first time we ever had an occasion for such a thing, but it was time this time to rout the enemy out with the bayonets or whatever was possible, but don't stop and don't have any fights. Just keep going and get to the edge of the forest. We got to the edge of the forest, and a little after noontime, consolidated the position, and started then making our reconnaissance to get ready for the continuation of the attack the next day.
Damn. Wait, what? I case Ephorus Mephius. Cast. Yeah, I cast Ephorus Mephius. Oh my god, full force.
In 3 hours of fighting, just 3 hours, the men of the 329th had broken through the German defenses and advanced over 1,000 yards, killing or capturing 2 companies' worth of Wehrmacht troops while reaching the edge of the forest. After all the suffering of the past 2 months, they were the men to get through the Hurtgen and out the other side.
Nice.
Now, the real challenge would begin. The town of Düren had the biggest bridge across the...
No, this is... I cast... Geneva who? Wait, Genoa who? Ah, you mean like Geneva who? Who is Geneva? Yeah.
River in the region. Their objective now was to take it before the Germans could destroy it. The issue was the village of Grusenich lying in between them. A heavily fortified position surrounded by wide open fields covered by multiple MG-42s and PaK-40 AT guns.
Oh boy.
There were a number of avenues the Americans could take in order to seize this objective. There was a small wooded area to their right flank they could use to screen their advance. The problem being it was the obvious route to attack, and if they lost the initiative, they would be pinned in place, leading to the inevitable tree-burst artillery slaughtering them to a man. But pushing across an open field is an equally dicey course of action, as is obvious. Yet they can't leave a fortified tree line on their flank either. It was a rough tactical proposition, but Sharp, as we know, is the certified GOAT, and he, like always, had a plan. The night before the attack, he ordered the 324th Artillery to hit the field in front of them with delayed HE rounds, blowing huge craters for them to take cover in if shit went sideways. Then, the next morning, he ordered them to use the division's entire supply of smoke and white phosphorus, with the heavy guns targeting where they thought the enemy command posts were. And then he went full send across the field with his entire battalion, taking the Germans by complete surprise. They had expected the attack through the woods and were now completely outflanked. 2nd Battalion, 329th Infantry Regiment, smashed into the town of Gruzinik, taking the entire force in the woodline prisoner while seizing the southern edge of the town. With the defences cleared, the engineers followed on behind them, clearing the road of mines and barricades, allowing a unit of M10 tank destroyers to move into the town to support them. By the 15th of December, they had...
give no quarter, they take that land, so if they surrender, they get a sharp response. Yeah, very sharp.
Secured the entire town and begun fortifying their position in preparation for their attack on Düren.
Hold up, what is happening with this Wolverine's tracks, by the way? DM10, from what I remember, is his nickname is Wolverine. Look at these tracks.
The entire town and begun fortifying their position in preparation for their attack on Düren.
Is that like battle damage or something?
The final push across the
river... Yeah, it looks like battle damage.
Ruhr was about to begin.
Or like, not like battle damage, but more like terrain damage, if you know what I mean.
Adolf Hitler had other ideas. Because on December 16th, 1944, the early morning sky lit up like it was high noon, as thousands of heavy guns and rocket batteries unleashed a hellish fusillade against the American front line.
Is that the Battle of the Bulge?
The roar of hundreds of heavy diesel engines echoed through the mist as the thunderous drone of the Luftwaffe's last remaining air fleet,
they're damaged, yeah,
flew over their heads. It was the beginning of Operation Wacht am Rhein. Watch on the Rhine. Hitler's desperate final push through the Ardennes forest had begun in earnest. And on the edge of what would become the famous bulge in the Allied lines was none other than the town of Gruzinik.
Yeah, but also bulged. Yeah, called it.
Sharp and the men of the 329th had accidentally taken a position right in the path of the Germans' last-ditch offensive to save themselves from defeat at the very beginning of the Battle of the Bulge. Meaning Sharp and his battalion now had what amounted to the entire remaining combat power of the Wehrmacht in the Western Theatre heading straight for them.
Yeah. I beg your pardon, whose famous bulge? The bulge of General Patton, if I remember correctly. But yeah, basically, if I remember right, the entire German forces tried to, like, make one last advance, and Patton's divisions, I don't remember which exactly, like one division or multiple, he got stuck in the middle of that German force, and like always this like Patton's force in the middle of this German force is always portrayed like a bulge in the middle of a field. So yeah, that's why it's called the Battle of the Bulge. At least I think so, because I just made it all up, I believe. So yeah, it is my theory. Darkseid, can you correct me, please? In that case.
With no reinforcements and their backs to an open field.
As the best way to kill tank with lesser arms was to hit the tracks. Yeah, that makes sense. Like a grenade to the tracks, it will disable the tank a lot. It will make it an immovable object. You will be able to like flank it and destroy it from the rear or from the side. So yeah, that is a sound strategy.
It was time to do. With no reinforcements and their backs to an open field, it was time to do or die. The artillery was incredibly intense. The most concentrated barrage the 329th had ever been subjected to in their entire combat career. And there was a reason for it. It was a comprehensive rolling barrage, behind which advanced the 3rd Fallschirmjäger Division, elite paratroopers supported by a heavy panzer battalion with Panthers, Jagdpanzers, and anything else they could scrape up for the assault. When the lead elements hit the north side of the town closest to Düren, the fighting quickly devolved into brutal house-to-house engagements resembling the Battle of Stalingrad. The Germans would take the ground floor and trade grenades with Americans on the upper floors as running gunfights took place from street to street. As the battle unfolded, it became clear what the enemy objective was. Their main line of advance was focused on advancing up the main street instead of hitting the town from multiple directions or just bypassing it altogether. They wanted the crossroads to support a rapid mechanized breakthrough. The winter conditions with deep snow and mud made cross-country operations much harder, and sustaining a full-scale armored breakthrough impossible. So just like Bastogne further south, they needed Grusenik to support their advance on the northern flank.
And the Battle of the Bulge, this was the closest way to get back to the enemy for the Nazis. Yeah, I remember that.
Realizing this, the men of the 2nd Battalion brought their M10 tank destroyers up to cover the intersection at the center of town, while assembling every anti-vehicle weapon they had to try and stall the advance. The Fallschirmjägers had seized the buildings around the first 2 crossroads and cut off access to the battalion aid station. Yet the Germans were unable to neutralize it, as severely wounded men, some unable to walk, crawled themselves into firing positions and threw back their assault with unbelievable tenacity, burning through most of the...
So think of it like their fist was the Bulge and the Sharps team was the defending guard. Huh, okay.
Their ammo in just a few hours. Meanwhile, back on the main street, the M10s had knocked out several German tanks. However, the last engagement had ended in something straight out of War Thunder or World of Tanks, with the M10 and the Panzer IV trading shots at point-blank range, destroying each other. But this turned out to be a fortunate turn of events, as it meant both wrecked vehicles were blocking the road, leaving only a small...
Looks like we're making good pace on this, yeah. Pretty good.
...gap for any follow-on Panzers to get through. And, given the situation, they would definitely have to try. Sure enough, another German tank advanced on the position and tried to squeeze through the remaining space on the road, only for one of the 2nd Battalion's company commanders, Captain Bates, to pull off an absolutely insane shot with a rifle grenade, blowing off its track and blocking the road entirely. This turned the tide. The Fallschirmjägers kept advancing, but without their armored support, they no longer had the firepower to displace the Americans. And as the other battalions of the 329th began rushing to reinforce the beleaguered 2nd, an order came down from Colonel Krabel. Commence regimental counterattack.
Oh boy.
The 3rd Fallschirmjäger never knew what hit them, as Grusenik and the neighboring town of Rostorf were subjected to the full force of the 83rd Infantry Division's main characters. Major Sharp and his men advanced like men possessed to the north, recapturing their town and taking over 500 prisoners, while the 1st Battalion hit Rolsdorf so hard from their northern flank that when the commanding officer of the town's garrison surrendered to the Americans, he accused them of a lack of sportsmanship, saying they were dishonorable cheaters for bypassing his elaborate defenses.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trained, bitch. And who are you to talking shit, you fucking German? I'm pretty sure Nick did a video from Sharp's POV. I know that he did a video about the most decorated platoon with Lieutenant Bauk, I believe he was name. Leite Bauk or whatever was his name. Where they were like fighting Hans Gaderians, I believe, or Joachim Piper's unit. Yeah, lol, the old neighborhood were criminals talking scheiße. Yeah, yeah.
And in fairness, he was absolutely right.
Also, Sharp's POV, I don't think I remember that, to be honest, but I will need to look it up. If the Effect Electrician made a video about it, I will watch it. I swear to God, I will watch it.
About that. The men of the 83rd were, and are to this day, famous for their underhanded and unconventional tactics, a reputation they were about to enhance dramatically. But as the ancient adage goes, all is fair in love and war.
Yeah.
Though the United States Army prefers a more modern interpretation. If you ain't cheating,
you ain't trying. Yeah.
By the 17th of December, the 329th Infantry Regiment was back on the offensive towards the town of Düren, forcing the Germans to withdraw in a panic. And by the 18th, they reached the last remaining bridge across the Ruhr River, only for it to blow up right in their faces.
Oh, come on. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. I need to go to the person round. Very, very, very urgent. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I am back. We can continue now with way lighter weight. That was paraphrasing, whatever.
Well, shit. But, in making this offensive charge, Major Sharp and his 2nd Battalion made several pieces of history. They were one of the only units along the Ardennes front to hold their ground during the initial attack of the Battle of the Bulge.
Damn.
The only ones to successfully counterattack, and by the end of that counterattack, they were the closest Allied soldiers to Berlin in the war thus far. For these heroic actions, the 329th would be awarded the Presidential Unit Citation.
Nice.
Yet R&R would have to wait. The breakthrough made by 1st SS Panzer Corps in the Ardennes Forest had caused a wave of panic to surge through the Allied High Command. The situation was a desperate one, and by the 20th of December, the Germans had encircled the town of Bastogne, with the Thunderbolts' old rivals, the 101st Airborne, trapped inside. If this advance was not checked, if the enemy managed to break through, it would split the British and American armies apart from each other while cutting off supply to the entire northern half of the front. Thus, every combat-effective unit that could be spared was rushed to the area, and as the men of the 83rd recovered from their week in the Hurtgen, they were ordered to mount their vehicles and redeploy west at best speed. They would form the vanguard of the Northern Army Group, while Patton's 3rd Army moved in from the south. They were going to behead the Nazi snake and halt this offensive in its tracks. For what felt like the 100th time, the 83rd Infantry had to make a march of 100 miles at rapid pace during the worst possible climactic conditions.
100 miles in a fucking winter? Oh, it's... In Europe, in Germany, it's... Oh my god, I feel so sorry for the guys.
Of all the infantry divisions in the US Army who could do it, it was them. The rotating truck system they had developed on their march to Kentucky during training all those years ago was put into action once again. And within 3 days, the entire division had moved off the front line, reorganized, and redeployed over 100 miles to their assembly area north of the Bulge. And once again, the same thought crossed their mind. Why don't we all have vehicles of our own? This is stupid. If I have to walk through a December blizzard and ruin my Christmas for Uncle Sam, only for him to ask me to invade Germany on foot, I swear to God, After I take Berlin, I'm marching on Washington next.
Okay, by the way, Rainbow Darkseid, are you alive over there in Twitch? Because I haven't seen you talking about anything. Just saying. Yeah, lol. Oh, good to know.
Silent vow was made between the officers and
just a good sidetracked, yeah. Yeah, I can see why.
Men of the Thunderbolts. When we get back to taking Germany, we aren't gonna walk.
Wait, what?
Berlin, I'm marching on Washington next. A silent vow was made between the officers and men of the Thunderbolts. When we get back to taking Germany, we aren't gonna walk. But first, they had to retake Belgium.
Oh, okay.
After pulling off a logistical miracle, another one was achieved. Everyone got turkey with all the trimmings for Christmas dinner.
No
Even the
way.
recon units.
No
Lieutenant
way.
McGill and Major Sharp were forward deployed, and they had Christmas dinner together in their jeeps. They were observing the Germans' forward positions around the town of Rochefort.
Nice.
At the same time, the other regiments in the 83rd were positioning themselves to counterattack at various hotspots along the northern edge of the Bulge. The situation was developing fast, and maintaining a cohesive formation was nigh on impossible. The Allies were throwing whatever they had wherever it was needed, regardless of how messy it got. The Thunderbolts were going to have to rely on their comrades in the 2nd and 3rd Armoured Divisions to cover their flanks in between. In keeping with this
for later, Darkseid, for later.
Style as the unit always in the enemy's path, the men of the 329th were the first to enter the battle on December 28th, as the 1st Battalion began their assault on Rochefort. The town was surrounded by a river with just one bridge in or out facing to the west. On the initial attack, only the bridge was guarded, which resulted in an intense firefight. It was then the mad lads in B Company decided that they were just going to take the town themselves and forded the river on foot in the middle of the coldest winter in decades.
Jesus.
Upon entering Rochefort, contact was made with a heavy panzer battalion supported by an entire regiment of SS Panzer Grenadiers. The counterattack they launched against the lead elements attacking the bridge forced the 1st Battalion back across the river, leaving B Company cut off inside the town. At this point, shit had well and truly hit the fan. Sharp's 2nd Battalion was immediately deployed to clear the riverbank to the north and get into a support by fire position, while the regimental reserve was moved to the south. Every single artillery piece available for fire missions were ordered to fire every smoke round they had, ranging from...
Maybe this one, or it might have been Leonard Bat Lamel. Okay, I will look it up. But Bat Lamel, it was the army regents. I remember Lamel Bat, Leonard Bat Lamel was the Rangers lead the way, the most important man of D-Day, I believe. Wait, let me look it up really quick. Yeah. Lazarev Ridge. This is exactly what I was thinking about. Yeah. Exactly. From Sharp's POV. It wasn't exactly Sharp's, it was the ISR unit. The leader of that platoon was Liei Pauk, I believe. Let me look it up once again.
Alright, the most
is there... Okay, let me look it up really quick.
hung up or delayed, it could throw off the Nazis losing. Contingency of men that would bring about that dude's name.
Liei Pauk, yeah, knew it. That guy. He was the leader of that recon platoon. Yeah, there was no Sharp at the moment. And this guy was in a different village, like, very far away. He was, I believe, just fucking slowing the reinforcements. I feel like I knew it existed, so I went looking. Yeah, thank you, Darkseid.
B Company's estimated position across the river, smoke round they had, ranging from B Company's estimated position across the river all the way back to the tree line they began their attack from. Yet not a single member of the encircled company withdrew. The next day, Easy Company launched a mad dash across the bridge to try and rescue them, only to walk into an ambush from a Stug, which gunned down an entire squad, forcing them to pull back.
Damn.
It appeared that B Company would be wiped out, and all attempts to contact them on the radio failed. It was then a massive firefight could be heard breaking out inside the town. Massive explosions, rockets, grenades, and then silence. The sun rose on December 30th, and everyone prepared to move in to try again, or, if nothing else, to retrieve the bodies. When they suddenly saw Belgian civilians waving happily, and marching across the bridge in perfectly good order, escorting a large group of German prisoners, were the men of B Company, 1st Battalion,
Nice.
329th Infantry Regiment.
Because hearing company names stick a bit in my head. Oh yeah, makes sense.
No one could believe their eyes, least of all Colonel Buckshot Crabble, who rushed out to speak with the commanding officer, one Captain Hill, to find out what the hell just happened. It turned out that in pulling their insane assault across the river, the Germans had been taken totally by surprise. B Company took out an entire platoon of Germans and a tank before they even knew what happened, after which they began the fight for their lives. The SS troops in town immediately counterattacked.
I legit can't figure out what's up with this lore anymore. Me neither, Rainbow, me neither, to be honest. But you know what? Fuck it, let the chaos... What was the word? Let the chaos flow. Yeah.
Using their armor to try and blast the GIs out, only for the Americans to pull a move they'd used in Grusenek 2 weeks before. They retreated to the second and third floors of all the buildings and then barricaded the staircases. In the narrow streets, the Panzers didn't have enough elevation to shoot them on the upper floors, meaning B Company could fight the Grenadiers on equal footing. In their rapid advance, they had taken several of the most important buildings in town, including the railway station and the post office. The Germans knew that as long as the Americans held these key positions, they threatened to cut off and destroy individual units should another wave of GIs show up to reinforce them. And as such, the Germans withdrew from the town. Colonel Crabble, incredibly impressed, congratulated them on this incredible feat of arms. But he still couldn't work out one thing. He asked Captain Hill, why didn't he pull back from Rochefort when the smoke artillery dropped around them?
What? It was time that men told that you can do it. I believe in you, and they took this as gospel. So true, Doug. It's so true.
It was obvious what they were trying to do, even if the radios weren't working. It was clearly a smoke barrage to allow them to withdraw. Captain Hill replied simply, "It's simple, Colonel, don't you remember? You told us in a regimental staff meeting that if any of us gave up an objective without your express permission, you would relieve us of command."
Huh!
Colonel Crabble, realizing that he couldn't have heard the order to retreat due to the comms failure, began laughing. Salutes were exchanged, and the 329th liberated Rochefort.
Nice.
But they wouldn't be there long. The British relieved them the next day as new orders.
You told me if we retreat without your approval, we will be fucking discharged. We didn't hear an order to retreat. We did not retreat. That's it. We won anyway. Awesome.
Orders came down. They were to regroup with the other two regiments and prepare for a full-scale divisional attack with the 3rd Armoured Division towards the St. Vith Highway. The German advance had been stopped. Now it was time to roll them back. After being bogged down by a blizzard over the new year, on January 9th, the 83rd commenced their attack towards the town of Langelier on the river of the same name. The fighting was absolutely brutal, with the
But boss, you said if we run away we get paid, dog, without your say-so. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Germans counterattacking every chance they got. Yeah,
wait, let me try again. With a different voice. But what was? You said if we run away we get a paid, dog, without your say-so. Yeah.
The skies clear for Allied air power. The 3rd Armoured in
a shitty impersonation, but whatever.
Support, and the 331st Infantry leading the way with bayonets fixed. They didn't stand a chance. Casualties were heavy on both sides, but by January 11th, the town was taken and the Germans in full retreat. From there, the entire division began a maximum effort assault to exploit their momentum. In 3 days, they advanced so fast that in the town of Honeyles, they helped themselves to the first hot meal they'd had in a week when the Germans sent their mess unit forward thinking the town was still in friendly hands, not realizing the entire garrison had already surrendered. All that remained now was the final objective in their sector, the regional capital of Bovigny. The men of the 3rd Armoured, who had yet to work with the 83rd
actual footage of the 341st outside the Bovigny
before this campaign, had orders to take the town in order to link up with Patton's 3rd Army advancing from the south. The leading elements were less than 3 days away. The fighting thus far, though brutal, was finally to their advantage. But they knew that the rearguard action the SS would mount against them would be ferocious.
Looks at my phone being dead. Oh, I need to charge this. Damn, with that side.
However, having not worked with the 83rd for very long, they didn't understand just how the Thunderbolts rolled yet. They didn't know how the men from Camp Breckenridge got down, as it were. That is, until the day their attack on Bovigny began. The 3rd Armoured with the 331st Infantry...
I swear to God, you both share a hereditary special ed cells. You're a mini him crab boy. I don't know, honestly.
Regiment in support moved up on the German defences and immediately came under heavy fire. It was then that the lead scout escorting an N5 Stuart at the front of the column, one Private First Class Vesta Skinner,
sure, you can't deny the facts. Damn it.
jumped up onto the engine deck of the tank, grabbed the commander's 50 cal cupola gun, and just started going ham. The tank commander, Sergeant Jensen, stared in complete disbelief at this guy, just dumping belts through his 50 as the gunner on the tank followed his traces with the 37mm main gun. Private Skinner went through all of the ammo the 50 cal had with sustained fire. After which, he banged on the hatch and demanded Sergeant Jensen's Thompson. Speechless and dumbfounded, Jensen handed his Thompson over along with his mag.
Are you disrespecting my son? Oh my god, it's... Oh my god. Oh, what about Crawdad? Oh my god.
Which Private Skinner went through just as fast, blasting every mag he had in the direction of the enemy. Only then, after exhausting all his fully automatic options, did he switch to his M1 Garand. The crew in the tank kept firing their own weapons, while clearly hearing a distinct ping every minute or so. Usually that meant a German bullet ricocheting off their armor. However, this time it was one of the 83rd's infantrymen who was on a personal mission to kill every Nazi between him and Berlin.
Wait, let's roll back again. I need to hear it again. Also, Shushkar boy, Crawdad gave you to Grassbeard. God, no, he didn't. Whatever.
He had in the direction of the enemy. And Jensen handed his Thompson over along with his mag belt, which Private Skinner went through just as fast, blasting every mag he had in the direction of the enemy. Only then, after exhausting all his fully automatic options, did he switch to his M1 Garand. The crew in the tank kept firing their own weapons, while clearly hearing a distinct ping every minute or so. Usually that meant a German bullet ricocheting off their armor. However, this time it was one of the 83rd's infantrymen who was on a personal mission to kill every Nazi between him and Berlin.
He was dedicated to that shit. Rolls up my shirt sleeve as I walk towards Rainbow as I check my binding tool. Dear God.
He very soon ran out of ammunition for his rifle. Did he finally chill out and stop then?
Nah. He fixed his bayonet, right?
Finally calm down and come back to his senses?
Nah.
No. Fine.
I'm a roadrunner, this shit, yes!
Now, the M5 had reached the town's perimeter defenses, which meant the enemy was now in grenade range.
Oh god!
Yelling into the turret, he demanded every type of grenade they had. So they hand him the bag of grenades stored in the tank, and then proceeded to watch him throw every last one like a professional baseball player into the German positions.
Damn!
It was only then, now, finally out of weapons, that Private Skinner thanked the crew, hopped off the tank, and lit a cigarette as his comrades proceeded to take the town on January 15th, 1945. This would be the last major...
That was an awesome main character moment. Walks at Jason Pace keeping Rainbow in my sideline.
Action the 83rd would engage in during the Battle of the Bulge, as 5 days later, General Patton's Third Army would link up with them from the south, and from there they would be relieved. The men of the Thunderbolts had pushed back Hitler's last hurrah, earning themselves a rest, but it would only be a short one.
Oh, damn it.
Because all that remained now was to finish the fight. And the men of the 83rd would finish it in style.
Tistic Cowboy, I give you 2 somewhat long vids after you finish list for today. Can I give you 2 somewhat long videos after you finish list for today? If we will have the time for later, sure.
Earning themselves
like today for later.
Name that would go down in history.
Huh? Direct Attack Circus. Oh boy. Wait a minute, let me rewind back because I missed again a few sentences went away from me.
Thunderbolts had pushed back Hitler's last hurrah, earning themselves a rest, but it would only be a short one, because all that remained now was to finish the fight.
Yeah.
And the men of the 83rd would finish it in style,
oh,
earning themselves a name that would go down in history.
All right.
After spending a month...
I'm not even sure what Casbert is doing, but I might just shuffle slowly into a dark place. Oh dear God.
In northern Belgium recuperating, orders came down to the 83rd to rejoin the 9th Army under General Simpson for a new offensive into Germany. Codenamed Operation Grenade, its objective was simple: advance to the River Rhine and capture a bridge across. On February 23rd, 1945, the 9th Army opened their offensive along a wide front, with one of the largest artillery barrages launched by the Western Allies during the entire war. Nearly 500,000 personnel across multiple army groups along the approaches to the Rhine moved eastwards, and scattered among various formations were several battalions of the 83rd. For 7 days, the American 29th Infantry and 2nd Armored Divisions made rapid progress along their axis of advance. But the further they advanced into Germany, the wider the front line got. So by March 1st, 1945, the independent battalions attached to other units reconsolidated into their original regiments, and the 83rd Infantry Division stepped off towards their objective, the bridges around the town of Neuss and the city of Dusseldorf beyond.
I can still see you, Rainbow. Don't you know that Americans can buy nods? Night vision headsets, just so you know, Rainbow.
The initial attack went well. There were several heavy skirmishes around the town of Titz. Shut up.
No, I just like fucking with you, yeah.
Stop giggling.
Wait,
there were several heavy skirmishes around the town of Titz. Shut up. Stop giggling. But after a
Titz! Okay.
Determined attack from all 3 regiments, the Thunderbolts broke through and began barreling down the highway towards Neuss.
Wait, so you're telling us to shut up at Titz, but you did not mention anything at the town of Gay. I see you.
However, once they hit the major Autobahn junction in between the 2 towns of Hammerden and Kapellen, several batteries of Flak 88s, supported by a Panzerjäger battalion, comprised of both Pak-40s and tank destroyers, had dug in on the interchange looking down the highway.
He's obviously a man of culture. He sure is.
Thus, when the Americans approached, they began sniping at
their funnier than the town of Gay. Yeah, somewhat.
Column, destroying multiple vehicles, while other flak guns in the battery started firing HE frag rounds at the infantry. Realizing that a head-on assault on this position would require heavy fire support that would take too long to catch up, the 83rd Infantry regiments began splitting up along either side of the highway, using the main rail line as cover. Railways at the time, as you know, are sort of elevated on a berm, so they were using the berm to flank along behind them. The 329th and 331st Infantry regiments moved around to the south, flanking the interchange and entering the next town behind them, while the 330th flexed to the north to begin an encirclement. The towns of Hammerden and Kapellen were quickly secured after a vicious firefight, leaving just the entrenched position around the town of Loveling sitting on the interchange. It was then our boy, the now Lieutenant Colonel Granville Attaway Sharp, came in clutch once more. Analyzing the situation, he decided the best way to take out the enemy's entrenched position was to blanket the approach to Neuss with smoke while suppressing the gun positions with HE and white phosphorus in order to provide concealment, as well as to burn out the crews. Then, with the aid of the 736th Light Tank Battalion that had moved up to support them, encircled the town of Loveling with the other regiments, and then hit it with everything they had, using bounding tactics and the famously American system of fire supremacy. And this plan worked like a charm. The Germans didn't stand a chance. They could barely fire their weapons, the weight of fire was so heavy. Lieutenant Colonel Sharp coordinated the attack like a ballet, to the extent that the artillery and tank support kept up a base of fire right up until the infantry reached the position. The entire town was cleared with minimal casualties, over 200 prisoners taken, and an entire Flak 88 battery wiped out completely.
Damn.
Now all that was left was to take the city of Neuss itself, which posed an even more ferocious problem. With the few towns they'd run across on the highway, they could flank and maneuver around the various strongpoints. Now, facing the city itself, it became apparent that the flak defences set up to protect Dusseldorf from Allied bombers had now been turned to the city's defence. Even more 88s began smashing their positions as MG42s raked the open fields in front of them. It was going to be a tough assault. There was no way around it. They'd used up a lot of their munitions for the day just to get this far, and casualties would be high if they pressed their luck. It was then that Colonel Buckshot Crabble ordered his battalion commanders to meet at his headquarters, along with the commanders of the other regiments. When they arrived, he announced his idea. They were going to pull the ballsiest move an infantry commander could pull back in those days, especially on a regimental scale. The men of the 83rd Infantry were going to launch a night assault.
Oh boy.
Now it should be stressed just how dangerous this is. Before the advent of night vision and comprehensive night fighting tactics, coordinating and carrying out a successful night attack is quite literally a nightmare. Due to the stealth-focused nature of the operation, if one thing goes wrong, you could shoot at your friends, miss all your shots at the enemy, or if you arrive on an unknown enemy position, accidentally stumble into a hand.
I'm just looking at what's happening in the Twitch chat. Jesus Christ, you two. Darkseid, leave Rainbow alone, will ya? For the love of God.
Hand-to-hand fight while blowing the entire operation. Units had to be specially trained for this kind of combat in those days, or at the very least had to have had extensive combat experience. But the men of the 83rd, as we know, had both. Not to mention balls of pure steel. Something the Germans found out just after midnight, when what amounted to the entire division breached their perimeter and overran the outer defences from multiple directions. Each regiment picked a bridge in the 83rd sector and beelined towards it, forcing the Wehrmacht to fall back into the city centre to buy time for their engineers. By the next morning, 2nd Battalion...
Also, this isn't exactly denying the fact Krasbeard might assume extraction person, since he's using the stuff gangsters might use, yeah.
329th was fighting house to house, desperately trying to reach the bridge, when the units moving up behind them noticed that in their haste to withdraw, the Germans had left their Flak 88 batteries completely intact. Thinking fast, the men of the 324th Field Artillery began the first major tactical acquisition by the 83rd Infantry on German soil, turning the guns around and slamming shells into the enemy on the other side of the river. With this new fire support, the Buckshots renewed their attack for one last-ditch effort. The Germans began to rout before them. Victory was in sight. Kaboom. The bridge was blown sky high.
Oh, come on!
As were the other bridges in the sector. Despite the best efforts from everyone in the division pushing as hard as they could, wiping out multiple strong points and taking over 1,000 prisoners, they just couldn't get a bridge.
Damn it.
Yet there was one silver lining. In their aggressive push to Neuss and trading fire with the defenders of Dusseldorf, the 83rd Infantry Division had the supreme honor of being the first American formation to reach the River Rhine. But as we know, dear viewers, every story has to have a grand finale.
Bread mixed with mint, Darkseid, you diabolical!
And after taking 2 weeks off to resupply, receive replacements, not to mention acquiring supplementary transport, the men of the Thunderbolts mounted their vehicles, heading towards one of the newly built bridges over the Rhine.
Nice.
Next stop, Berlin.
Oh boy.
In April of 1945, the 83rd Infantry Division began crossing the Rhine River, and their arrival caused a serious hold-up for over an hour, while stunning the bridging engineers coordinating the crossing into disbelief. Everyone knew the end of the war was approaching. The Soviets were storming westwards, and the German economy was teetering on the brink of collapse, with a corresponding effect on their ability to sustain their troops in combat. The writing was on the wall for Hitler's Third Reich, including the Germans themselves. Resistance was crumbling, with mass surrenders and retreats taking place all along the front. But that situation posed a serious question of its own. The Soviets were just allies of convenience. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And no one was under any illusions that the next conflict, 10 or 20 years down the line, would almost certainly be between the two victorious powers. With Germany beaten, the question now wasn't win or lose, it was who gets what after the dust settles. The campaign in Germany was no longer solely a military operation. It was now a race. Who would take Berlin? Who would kill Hitler and his henchmen? Who would get the glory and adulation of generations to come? With all of this in mind, the men of the 2nd Armoured Division were determined that they were going to be the first into the German capital. Right beside them was the 1st Infantry Division, who in the style of their famous former leader, Terry Allen, said the 1st Infantry was the first for a reason. Yet the airborne divisions of the 101st and 82nd...
Fucking control your parent cowboy. I can't! I can't! That's the problem, Rainbow. I cannot control Grasshopper. At this point, I doubt he's the one's in charge of... I doubt he's the one's in charge of you. Or of you. Yeah, walks back out of the darkness, humming a song. That's it.
The craziest. Yet the airborne divisions of the 101st and 82nd were the craziest. As part of the 1st Airborne Army, they were asking for Eisenhower to authorize an aerial assault on the city itself, using Gatow and Tempelhof airports as landing zones for their divisions, while the British 1st Airborne secured the river crossings on the Elbe. What nobody expected was the dark horse of this race, the 83rd Infantry Division. Nor could they believe how they would go about achieving it. Because, as it turned out, leaving the men of the 83rd unsupervised inside Germany was a critical error on the part of High Command. In the 2 weeks they had been left unsupervised, General Macon had been analysing the situation and drawn the same conclusion as everyone else. Knowing about the truck shortages they'd been dealing with for the entire war, and the fact that 2nd Armoured would be hogging all of the resources, he had given what would become his most infamous order. The 83rd would scour every single German town around them for whatever vehicles they could find. Not only that, if anyone isn't using a piece of equipment that they can find useful, regardless of who it belonged to, it was going to be acquired for the division's use. In the general's own words, with no questions asked.
Nice.
And if you want to help me acquire things so I can keep this channel going, you can join me on Patreon, where if you pay $5 or higher, you get access to the Discord, where you can hang out with me and the rest of my community, as well as get sneak peeks, chat with me directly, and do other fun things. Failing that, if you want to support the channel another way, you can use my promo code JDAM for your next Gamer Subs order. Oh, and remember to like the video and subscribe. Back to it. Friendly units, German civilians, enemy equipment, it didn't matter. If it moved, if you could eat it, if you could shoot it, or if it otherwise proved useful, we're taking it. As I said at the start of this video.
You're a special education. God.
This wasn't your standard strategic transfer of equipment to an alternate location. This was tactical hardware expropriated for further tasking. This wasn't just stealing, this was felony theft. With literally hundreds of counts of Grand Theft Auto.
Hold up. Let me rewind because I lost track again.
Asking to an As I said at the start of this video, this wasn't your standard strategic transfer of equipment to an alternate location. This was tactical hardware expropriated for further tasking.
Half expect him to say this is a bucket.
This wasn't just stealing. This was felony theft. With literally hundreds of counts of Grand Theft Auto.
Damn.
General Macon wasn't doing petty misdemeanors like larceny. Oh, no. This was the E4 Mafia at work. Say it with me, everyone. Let's say the line together. This wasn't just crime. This was organized crime. And this order would stay in effect for the remainder of the war. Every town, every village, every farmhouse, every random passerby driving something with wheels were required to hand over their vehicles, and I quote, or else. So when the 83rd reached the pontoon bridge across the Rhine, what the bridging engineers and AA gunners protecting it saw was absolute chaos. At the head of the column was the division's attached tank battalion. and aboard each tank was between 20 to 30 infantrymen hanging off the back, Soviet style.
Damn.
Then
I mean, like, because what's going on with Rainbow? You fucking ask me. Darkseid, you gave him PTSD. What the hell are you talking about?
The Jeeps, with 8 to 10 men per Jeep. Except the Jeeps also had cargo trailers being towed behind them.
Oh, he does.
And in those trailers were another 5 or 6 guys. Which everyone knew was exceedingly unsafe, but no one could go about calling them out on it, because on the Jeeps they also saw random divisional crests. One Jeep was from a British artillery unit, another was from the headquarters company of a completely different division based over 20 miles away, and some of them they didn't even recognize. Meanwhile, the 2.5-ton trucks were also towing trailers, and gun carriages, and farmers' hay carts, and milk trailers, and about every kind of trailer, actually. All of them, once again, filled with the men of the 83rd. Macon's men had tactically acquired every form of conveyance in their area of operations, and I mean every form. Abandoned German military vehicles were towed from the battlefield, repaired, painted green, painted white stars on the side, and then repurposed.
They fucking yanked everything out of everyone. Jesus!
In fact, the reason they held everyone up for an hour was because they had tactically acquired an old Mercedes sedan which didn't have enough floor clearance to get over the hinge joints in the bridge.
Jesus.
They tried to bring a car
True E-Force, yeah, true E-Force.
across that was too low, and that would have jammed up the entire bridge for an hour or so. So, they ditched that one, and promised to get another.
Damn.
Which they did. And I need to stress to you, this was before their offensive drive had begun. They haven't even crossed the Rhine yet.
You're kidding right now.
Once their advance started on April 5th, things would only get more unhinged.
Oh boy. You know why this is what's going on. Yes.
After initial skirmishes with the Germans revealed that they were on their last legs, the Americans decided that it was time to make their play. The 2nd Armored set their sights on the city of Magdeburg, the jewel on the Elbe River. The 83rd was assigned to the sector just south of 2nd Armored, and as such, they aimed for the town of Barbie to the southeast, which, if you check your map, is closer to Berlin. Both units knew, even if it wasn't officially sanctioned, this was a race. And in the words of 2nd Armored's commander, General White, no damned infantry division is going to beat my outfit to the Elbe.
Are you sure about that?
Now,
yeah.
if I was keeping to the format of the rest of this video and the first part of this series, I would start breaking down each battle they got into, what various hijinks they did, but honestly, I can't for this part. Simply because they advanced so damn fast, there aren't any battles for me to talk about.
What?
The 329th Infantry Regiment got assigned a light tank battalion to assist them in their operations.
Jesus.
When they showed up, Lieutenant Colonel Sharp immediately assigned his old crew from Company G as their infantry escort, and then got authorization to detach them as their own independent task force, named Task Force Biddle. The reason he did this is really straightforward. Tanks move faster than infantry, and we've got a race to win. So he sent them out ahead of his battalion at best speed. Within 2 hours of operations, they had taken 5 entire towns, 2,000 prisoners of war, and seized even more vehicles for the division. And they weren't the only ones. The 331st Infantry Regiment advancing alongside them had already reached the Weser River and were already prepping assault boats to cross it, which they would do the next morning, capturing the towns of Falkenhagen and Poller, while taking yet more prisoners and, yes, even more vehicles.
Of course.
The division's rate of advance was simply staggering, averaging around 30 miles a day, and no one could believe just how fast they were moving. Not even the Thunderbolts themselves could believe how fast. Originally, they thought they'd have to fight for the Weser, and the 331st, as mentioned before, had already made an assault crossing. The 329th Buckshots, however, decided that they were going to do things a little differently. As they were on the northern
when we take things, we take it all. So true.
Flank of the 83rd's advance, they were in the sector bordering the 2nd Armoreds, and they had already crossed. And given they were mostly tanks, it stood to reason that they would have already had to have set up a pontoon bridge. Seeing an opportunity, the 329th had decided that such a nice, wonderful bridge, it's a beautiful bridge, and it should belong to them. Yes, the 329th stole the 2nd Armored's bridge, which they then used to double their speed of advance. Ernest Leisner from the Army newspaper Stars and Stripes was riding along with Colonel Buckshot Crabble in the 329th HQ company, witnessing the absolute shenanigans they were pulling. He had been travelling throughout the regiments in the division and had been taking note of the various vehicles. The pride of the 83rd's acquired transport was a pair of fire engines, which the lead assault force in the division rode into battle at the front of the convoy, bells and sirens ringing all the way, with a giant banner flying from the hydrant assembly on the back. The banner read, 83rd Infantry Division, next stop, Berlin.
Nice.
But these fire engines were just the tip of the iceberg, as it were. They...
Hold the fuck up. Is that a Panther tank with an American star? They stole a fucking tank. They stole a motherfucking tank. If you're not cheating, then you're not trying to. Yeah, to win. Yeah. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. I need to go to the porcelain throne again because I've drunk way too much gamer stuff. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I am back. What the hell? Looks back at and 2. Give me a second to finish building some Legos. It's back and wait. I'm at the great scientist, but goodbye. What? I'm such a nice savage raging for your Legos. Let me finish building Ghost Rider's bike in peace. Another round of fuckery or what? Let's continue.
With a propaganda piece they were using to flex on the Wehrmacht. They had stolen a lot more than that.
Oh,
we
boy.
know of multiple Panthers, a couple of Tiger 1s, a
No
Stug
way.
or two, a King Tiger as seen on the thumbnail, an entire battalion's worth of 250 and 251 half-tracks, Opel Blitz trucks, vegetable trucks, coal delivery trucks, several school buses, even more regular buses, over 30 Kubel wagons, an assortment of
God
family sedans and
damn.
motorcycles, sidecars to go with them, a Schwimmwagen or two, a bunch of various vehicles they'd acquired from the 2nd Armored Division while they weren't looking, and
Is that a fucking King Tiger?
fucking cement mixer. No, I'm not joking. These guys were riding into battle towards the capital of Nazi Germany on a goddamn cement mixer.
What the fuck?
But all of that, yeah, all of that isn't the coolest. No. The coolest is what Mr. Leisner from Stars and Stripes witnessed happening with his own eyes. Because the
And that is-
329th Infantry stole limousines.
No!
And they did it in the funniest and most gangster way possible.
A
Quite
limousine!
literally. You see, the 83rd was, as mentioned before,
There's no fucking way they stole a fucking limo.
or advancing on average 30 miles a day, which even by World War II standards is absolutely ridiculous. Front lines had essentially ceased to exist at this point, and instead it was more like a modern battle royale video game. The towns, with all the good loot, are hotspots where major battles happen, and everything else is just a running free-for-all with the occasional gunfight here and there. Thus, the 83rd were barreling down the Autobahns of central Germany, practically unopposed, 50 miles behind where the lines are supposed to be. And their convoys are filled with enemy vehicles. So naturally, senior German officers withdrawing from the occupied Netherlands and the rapidly collapsing defense of the Ruhr Valley would be retreating eastwards towards Berlin on the Autobahn. Now imagine, if you will, you are a German general. You've been running eastwards as fast as your Mercedes allows you, scanning the skies for enemy fighter bombers you know are loitering around. It's at this point you come up on a Wehrmacht convoy filled with random trucks and half-tracks from all over the place. Some of them are towing hay carts, there are random trailers, and you swear you saw a cement mixer somewhere in there. Man, the situation must be desperate out here. But you must report to the Fuhrer in Berlin. They need defenders. So you honk your horn and move to the left side of the road to overtake, pulling alongside the command half-track to tell the officer in charge to clear the road. Wait a minute. Why does this half-track have a white star on it? Suddenly, an American Jeep pulls out in front of you, in the back of which are 5 GIs, all of whom are pointing their M1s at you, signaling you to pull over or else. Well, shit. You're a prisoner. Oh well, at least it's the Americans instead of the Russians. And then these guys ask you for your keys, paint a white star on your limo, and just fucking drive off, leaving you to surrender to the rear echelon guys half an hour back the way you came. They did this more than once. They
pulling up a drive-by on the German. Oh my god.
even did it to an entire convoy. They pulled up on a German column led by a colonel retreating eastwards to regroup on the
drive-by Germans be funny.
Elbe River defensive line, only for the 329th.
Now imagine them doing that exact drive-by with that limo. Like on some German fucking general. Oh, it would be, it is hysterical.
Eastwards to regroup on the Elbe River defensive line, only for the 329th.
Oh my god.
Pull up alongside, order them to stop, take their weapons, and then subsequently carjack them. They whipped out the OD green and white paint, quick brush job, and away they went. This shit is unbelievable. Could you imagine being a German general? You've got this priceless Mercedes automobile. You are a general with all these ranks and medals and everything all over you. And these guys don't even ask to take you prisoner. No. They just stop you. Can we have your car? Thanks. And just leave. And just drive away. Oh, man. But lest you think this speed of advance would be slowed down by silly things like urban combat or taking prisoners, oh boy, No. If you thought their prisoner-taking shenanigans in France were ridiculous, get a load of this. Captain Francis Schomer, or Skomer, of the 329th, had developed a strategy to take towns without a fight by taking a leaf out of his friend Lieutenant Colonel Sharp's book. During their sweep of the rear areas before the operation began, he had tactically acquired a psychological warfare speaker truck, just like Sharp had at the Battle of St. Malo.
Oh boy!
Every time his unit ran into a town with defenders, he would roll up with his boombox, radio the artillery, and then blast the entire area with smoke shells. As the smoke billowed into forming a screen, he would yell out over the PA system that if any man wanted to surrender, he could throw down his weapons and run through the smoke to American lines. The smoke screen would prevent any SS blocking detachments from shooting them for cowardice. Failing that, they also had the other option of using the smoke as cover to run away. Either one suited the 83rd, they weren't fussed, to be honest. And this strategy worked countless times.
Damn.
Until their truck broke down, because they were doing God knows how many miles a day. So he needed a new plan. It was then, while taking yet another town, he had an idea. Knocking on a nearby door, he asked where the town hall was, and more importantly, where the mayor was. With that information secured, he went and found the mayor, stuck a gun in his face, and then demanded all vehicles in the town be surrendered to the division, as was standard protocol, and then he ordered the mayor to call his counterparts in the next few towns over and tell them what was transpiring. All vehicles must be handed over, all German troops must either surrender or vacate the town, and make sure to put white flags in all of the windows. Failure to do this would result in our friends in the 324th Field Artillery flattening the town as soon as we reach it. And so help me God, if you decide to warn them or otherwise betray us in any way, we will come back here and raze your town to the ground. Capiche? And this strategy worked exceptionally well. Though on a few occasions the German garrisons ordered the civilian populace to resist, thus requiring some 105mm high explosive persuasion. It's amazing what a large amount of explosives can achieve, and sometimes it doesn't even have to be your own. Lieutenant Warren Witt of the 330th Infantry Regiment found that out after his platoon captured a German munitions truck. It was unserviceable, so they couldn't steal it, thus they had to destroy it. Given it was full of ammo, the solution was simple. Telling his men to get clear, he pulled the pin on a white phosphorus grenade and chucked it in the back. This achieved the desired effect of triggering a massive chain reaction, cooking off all the ammunition to the point that it sounded like a full-scale firefight was in progress.
Damn.
At which point, 350 German troops came out of the woodline in front of them with their hands up, thinking that a brigade-level assault was currently in progress. Although sometimes the situation was a bit more complicated. G Company of the 331st, while on their advance, got into a huge firefight with approximately a battalion of Wehrmacht troops, when all of a sudden the MG42 stopped firing, and the major commanding them stepped out into the open.
Giggling at the cowboy. At the shit that you're typing in chat. Like, you have shenanigans of your own at this point.
To demand parley. Under orders from his lieutenant, Private First Class Harold Abelman, who spoke German, walked out to meet the officer and immediately demanded his surrender. The major responded, "Us surrender to you? Nonsense, we are demanding yours." Private First Class Abelman looked at him calmly, and in keeping with the best traditions of his division, "We have you surrounded, Major. If you don't surrender now, I will return to my unit and the attack will be on." The German major was dumbfounded. This was a private to a major, and he's telling me to go fuck myself. Impossible. You are my prisoner. If you run, I will shoot.
Sure, buddy, sure.
Good luck, Major. And Private First Class Abelman, in full view of the enemy, chucked his hands in his pockets, turned around, and casually strolled back to his line to inform his lieutenant, who immediately ordered his men to open fire, at which point the German major, accompanied by all of his men, came out with their hands up. However, not everyone was so eager to give up. Sergeant Orton Meisel of the 329th recalls an incident where during an intense...
At this point, this is turning into a Looney Tunes sketch. So true. Well, I'm American and we are great at tomfoolery and trickery. So true.
And firefight, he and his squad went on a flanking maneuver, only to run into an SS Obersturmbannführer, or a major, lying in a ditch by a perfectly good motorcycle. Remembering their standing orders, the Americans immediately moved to acquire the vehicle and take him prisoner, when the SS man ordered them to halt. Sergeant Meisel immediately went to whip out his .45, only to realize that...
And I'm from Israel and we are great at avoiding death like cockroaches. You know what? Fair.
He'd left it in his Jeep because the ride was so rough in the vehicle, the holster kept chafing his leg. So he ordered his corporal to shoot him with his carbine. Click. Because riding in Jeeps was so rough, the M1 carbine had a tendency to negligent discharge when it went over a nasty bump.
Oh, fuck.
So he hadn't charged his weapon. Thankfully, though, the private with them had no problems with his Garand and blasted the Nazi at point blank.
Ah, okay.
Which royally pissed off the corporal. Why? Because his beautiful all-American 30-06 round of greatness went straight through the Sturmbannführer's mint-condition Zeiss binoculars.
Jesus!
A souvenir quite literally worth its weight in gold. Look,
so he was like, damn it, Private, I wanted to steal this later. Why did you have to break it? When Hussein was trying to kill you, no one just wanted to point out a fun fact about Jews. Yeah.
Tons of other stories just like this that happened all across the division, so covering them all would be nearly impossible. Not to mention a few completely insane ones, such as one of the field artillery guys setting up his AT gun to provide security down a road. You know they're having a good time. You just know they're having a good time. Look at this shit. Down a road, only to see a German patrol coming towards him. Without thinking, he used the first weapon...
So you can leave, but it's gonna hurt a lot.
...weapon system he had to hand. That being his AT gun. And sniped the NCO leading the patrol with a direct hit from a 57mm shell.
Damn.
And the funniest part is, when reporting on the story, the divisional newspaper had to add in brackets, he was killed. My brother in Christ, I'd fucking hope so. Although my personal favourite is the field telephone guys coming in clutch. And no, that's not just because my dad was a signaller. They did, in fact, save the lives of the 1st Battalion, 330th Infantry Regiment.
Oh boy.
How did they do it? Well, there was a Tiger tank smashing into the 330th's right flank, blazing away.
I'm dumb, which means durable from experience. I'll survive.
With its 88mm and causing considerable damage. When our intrepid heroes hopped in their stolen Opel sedan they were using to run telephone cables and bravely ran away. However, this Opel had a dodgy carburetor and no muffler, so it made a massive racket, backfiring and roaring away. Except in their panic, the driver lost control, running over a tree stump on the side of the road in the process. When he did that, the engine exploded, the chassis tore apart, and the entire car began disassembling itself.
Oh.
The 3 signalers in the car immediately bailed out, only to be met by some 330th GIs. Upon which point, they were hailed as heroes. Because as it turned out, in their effort to escape, the sheer apocalyptic noise of their crash scared the Tiger commander into thinking that the Americans had a 76mm AT gun, or a battalion of howitzers or something in the area, which led to him closing his hatch, kicking it into reverse, and running for his life.
Oh my god. Okay.
Infantrymen told the signalers not to worry about their car. They promised to go into the next town and steal a new one.
Nice.
And speaking of stealing, by April 8th, the Thunderbolts were really moving now, sweeping aside any resistance they came across. It was then they found the crown jewel of their tactical acquisitions.
Huh?
They loved their fire engines. It's true.
Oh no.
It sure as hell beats walking. But you know what beats driving?
Race.
Flying.
They stole a Messerschmitt 109. Oh. That is just next level. Jesus Christ. Good Lord.
Oh yeah. You better believe it. Lieutenant Ned Burr of the 324th Field Artillery remembers in his diary walking around a fighter base the 83rd overran on the 8th of April. It had been heavily pounded by the 8th Air Force, and there were a number of German aircraft parked in their revetments and 1 or 2 in hangars. Various equipment scattered around the place, and other various bits of detritus just everywhere. Obviously, these aircraft weren't serviceable. That is, until the engineers came along behind the infantry, and they had a look. After doing some investigating, they found a Bf-109G in relatively good condition. There were enough spares on the airfield to put it back together, and planes of this era didn't have the complex avionics we have today, so they were relatively sure they could fix it. So, they patched it up, plugged it all together, sourced some avgas from the local Army Cooperation Air Squadron, and then literally kidnapped one of their liaison pilots. Bazooka Charlie thought he had a wild first week on the job. That was nothing compared to this guy. Sadly, I couldn't find the pilot's name. I'd really like to find it.
What a shame.
It's a shame, really, because one of the liaison pilots attached to the 9th Army got an air-to-air kill with his Colt 45.
I beg your finest fucking pardon.
Sick to get him an upgrade. Imagine what he could do then.
Yeah.
What we do have, though, is the first-hand account of Sergeant William Presnell of the 30th Infantry Division, who, while coordinating the advance of his unit, heard the high-pitched whine of a Daimler-Benz 605 engine overhead. Realizing that it didn't sound American, he looked up and recognized the silhouette of a Bf-109. He screamed at his men to take cover and then dived into a ditch on the side of the road, expecting to get strafed. Only nothing happened. Getting out of the dirt, he looked up and saw that this Bf-109 was painted OD green, and in white paint, written in all caps along the underside of the wing, were the words 83rd Infantry Division.
Nice.
These utter madmen, not content with assaulting Berlin on a fire engine and a cement mixer, stole a fucking fighter aircraft. Yet, all of these shenanigans came with a serious issue. If you're advancing this fast, how in the name of God do you keep track of everyone? And more importantly, how do you keep everyone supplied?
You're right.
Well, thankfully for everyone concerned, vehicles weren't the only thing the boys of the 83rd were acquiring.
They were stealing food. Of course they did.
As said earlier, the prerequisite was it had to be useful to the division. And you know what's useful? Radios. Early walkie-talkies and backpack radios were notoriously unreliable and had too short of a range to cover the distances they were making on a daily basis. And running 30 miles of telephone cable on the move per day is completely impractical. So the 83rd needed to find a way to keep their communications operational and, more importantly, streamlined. The first step was actually really easy. The Germans had a perfectly good telephone system. In fact, it was one of the best in the world at the time. The Nazis were big on multimedia communication.
Okay.
And we all know what German engineering is like when you give them network integration and leave them unsupervised.
Right.
That's just a rule for life, by the way. Never leave the Germans unsupervised. So the signal detachment of the 83rd became experts at stealing the entire domestic phone network. They'd secure the local exchange, jury-rig a wiretap, and then pirate the local network, connecting dual lines to the nearest telephone pole as the advance went. However, this naturally couldn't be used for encrypted or sensitive communications, as the enemy could be listening. Well, that's where the other part of their mafia operation comes in. Lieutenant Colonel Sharp had been in talks with the other battalion commanders about how to solve this problem. Encrypting communications in the 1940s is a manual encoding exercise, which takes forever. And broadcasting in the clear would be a terrible idea for reasons that are obvious.
Yeah.
So the 83rd developed an entirely unique tactical overlay grid for their maps, numbering and assigning code names to various objectives, as well as roads and terrain features. Not even a friendly unit would be able to decipher their communications. So they had complete control over the information battle space, as they say these days.
Nice. Cowboy, get ready for impact. I might just toss Cowboy at that thing. What? What? Careful, some are booby traps. What? What? Where? 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 The hell? Oh my god, I'm popping again. Good lord.
Now all they needed to do was find a way to transmit it. And you'll never guess the solution.
Hold up, what in the fuck? Jesus, my internet is jumping again. So I'm gonna use you as a tackle, Cowboy. What? Fucking what now?
To this problem. Roll clip.
The secret ingredient is crime.
The 83rd developed an entire black market smuggling ring for US Army field radios.
What?
So much so that every unit had an SC-610 long-range radio interleaved with a network of medium-range SC-300s. They had so many radios. It got so insane, the signal troops...
You're my decoy? The hell I am!
running telephone wires while riding on the backs of tanks in the middle of an assault.
Damn.
They were running cables with rounds whizzing past them as the main guns firing. Absolute mad lads. And because of this, they could directly integrate the tank radio nets with the infantry while simultaneously updating headquarters in real time. Lieutenant Colonel Sharp states in his memoirs that by the end of the war, his battalion alone had 4 SC-610s and 35 SC-300s.
Damn. You ain't got a choice in the matter. The more epics you will enjoy. Damn it. Depends on which booby traps those are.
He was only supposed to have 9. 2nd Battalion, 329th Infantry Regiment had tactically acquired 26 more radios than they were authorized to have, and other sources corroborate that they weren't the only ones in the division doing this. Everyone was.
Of
The
course.
best part was, though, Sharp also acquired some hardcore SCR-284 long-range radios, which his communications officer installed in a German bus they stole.
No
which
way.
means they had themselves a mobile command center, a remote mobile command center on the move in 1945. So, with communications resoundingly squared away and transport secured at every opportunity, that leaves the final question. How the hell do we resupply everyone?
Right.
Well, again, foraging was a common exercise. Unattended livestock was a supreme risk of being a roast dinner. And of course, you have jam, preserves, and other rations tactically acquired from every house they went through.
Of course.
However, they were moving so rapidly that getting time to cook anything would take away from valuable ground gaining and vehicle acquiring time. The divisions assigned 2.5 trucks were assigned to ammunition duty, while fuel trucks were rolling behind the advance. So orders came down that everyone was going to be eating K rations out of their field packs for the foreseeable future, so they could maintain this speed of advance.
Okay.
To which the 83rd said, like hell.
Hell, yeah.
This is the E4 Mafia we're talking.
Cowboy thoughts on Yorosama? Oh, she's alright. Like, it's like Vidal fully like built her from scratch basically, and Nero she's I think Vidal made an entire local LLM for Nero specifically. So like, I got no issue with that.
About if you think we're to which the 83rd said, like hell. This is the E4 Mafia we're talking about. If you think we're going to eat paste in a can, you've got another thing coming.
Oh boy.
The logistics guys at the Ragtag Circus put in one of the most heroic efforts of any rear echelon element in the entire history of warfare. Using the vehicles they had tactically acquired, as well as the assigned quartermaster trucks, they burned 20,000 gallons of gas and averaged 300 miles a day.
Damn.
Some of them even going all the way back across the Rhine just to get hot food for the boys. Over the course of their advance to the Elbe River, they would deliver no less than 1.2 million freshly cooked meals, delivered right up to the frontline troops in US Army field kitchen hotboxes. And trust me on this, anyone who has been on any kind of tactical operation or field exercise can tell you, be it the military, be it the cadets, JROTC, first responders, hell, even the Boy Scouts. When you've been on your feet all day going through incredible stress of any kind, out in the elements, the amount of energy and morale a hot meal gives you is more powerful than any weapon.
Yes.
It's a lesson the US military took to heart. High quality food makes a significant tactical difference on the battlefield.
Yes.
And the 83rd used it to carry out their most important, albeit depressing, mission of the war.
Huh?
As the 329th Infantry Regiment made their way through the region of Gruneplan,
Watch us again, but uses Apex as a pair of big cup trap as it pops with Bamba in it. Somebody said Bamba? Somebody said Bamba? Yeah.
Meeting sporadic resistance, they came across a massive underground factory complex. And pouring out of the cave-like entrance were men in boiler suits and striped clothing that looked like pajamas, all of them cheering in jubilation. They immediately asked for the Americans' help. Later that day, they became the first members of the 83rd to liberate a concentration camp.
Oh. Oh, like a fucking crack addict when they see crack. Oh boy.
But they wouldn't be the only ones. 3 days later, on April 11th, the 331st Infantry Regiment would liberate the Langenstein-Zweiberger subcamp of Buchenwald.
Oh!
As Privates First Class Norman Panagos and Irving Ike Olshaker from M Company entered through the front gate as the guard
Animaki should have blurred that one.
Bolted out the back.
Oh,
the sights
God.
that greeted them were unbelievable.
Oh,
as
God.
men started handing out all the rations they had on them. The first thing they felt was shock, followed quickly.
So say the magic drug Bamba. Bamba, where's Bamba? Yeah.
By rage. At which point, their skills in tactical appropriations would be utilized in a regimental-wide humanitarian mission, as they scoured the area for medical supplies and hot food for the newly liberated prisoners, while the command team paid a visit to the local mayor and strongly advised that he provide extra food and water for the camp.
Yeah.
They then went and tactically acquired an entire US Army field hospital. But the advance stops for no one.
Dear God.
And so the 83rd kept driving on towards the city of Halberstadt, a major industrial center and road junction. The 329th once again took point on the assault and secured the objective without much trouble. Though how they finally secured the town is rather hilarious. Because their advance was so rapid, they only did a soft clear of the major buildings and then dug in on the outskirts, not realizing that not all the Germans had surrendered or withdrawn. It was then that the supply officer, Lieutenant Harpin, arrived with dinner in the hot boxes, freshly delivered by the quartermaster company. However, as he drove through town on the way to the frontline positions, he saw a German NCO quickly duck behind a building. He ordered the driver to stop so they could take the man prisoner. Jumping out of the jeep, he drew his .45 and signaled his driver to back him up.
We don't do half measures back then, yeah.
The driver drew his M1 carbine from the scabbard he'd installed to prevent it from going off in the jeep, only to fumble the draw and fire a round into the air. It appeared that all hell was about to break loose, until, to Lieutenant Harpin's utter astonishment, 52 German soldiers came out of the surrounding buildings with their hands in the air, thereby finalizing the capture of Halberstadt by complete accident. However, Lieutenant Harpin wasn't out of danger yet. After capturing 52 prisoners and delivering dinner, he went to find his battalion, who had moved on to the next objective. As he entered the town looking for the command post, the infantry squads were clearing the buildings and engaging in some extracurricular property acquisition, throwing their loot out of the window onto the sidewalk below. As Lieutenant Harpin was walking past, he got smacked directly in the head by a Volksempfänger home radio set, which knocked him out cold. When he regained consciousness in the battalion aid station, he said, and I quote, "Man, it's a hell of a war. I capture 52 Germans with a .45 pistol and then get knocked out by one of my own men with a damn radio." By now, it was April.
Okay, that's hilarious.
April 12th. All that was left was to take the town of Barbie on the Elbe River. This was it. Their primary objective. Second Armored was going like hell towards Magdeburg, and this was their last chance. The boys in the 83rd mounted their ragtag circus and hit the gas, blasting their way through any opposition they found until they reached the outskirts of Barbie itself. And here is where they finally met some strong resistance. The SS troops in the town were fighting a desperate delaying action to buy time for their pioneers to blow the bridge across the Elbe. An effort that would unfortunately prove successful, as during the night they conducted a textbook withdrawal in good order, detonating the bridge after they crossed. This was a crushing blow to the 329th, who had been fighting desperately to seize that bridge. And their day only got worse, as the news came down that the 2nd Armoured had beaten them to the Elbe by several hours. It appeared, after all their efforts, that in the end they would have to live with second place. Except, the attempt to secure a bridgehead by the 2nd Armoured failed, as a counterattack pushed them back across the river. There was a chance. They weren't the first to the river, but they could be the first to cross. Thinking quickly, Colonel Crabble gave the order immediately. "Bring up the assault boats and get word to General Macon. We are going now. We are going right now. Get the 331st on the horn and tell them to get over here fast. We're going to get a bridgehead first." Within 2 hours, the boats were in the water, and 1st Battalion 329th, with lead elements of the 331st, were making their way across. Colonel Buckshot Crabble was running in between the boats, yelling at them to move. Don't wait. Don't stop to organize. Get everyone across as fast as we can. Come on, boys. Berlin's waiting for you. It was then that some of the 83rd members, in a stolen duck amphibious car from somewhere, where they got it, I don't know, rolled up to the riverbank asking for instructions. And he just motioned them to cross. Berlin is waiting for you, boys. Just go! As the driver in the duck hit the gas and roared into the river, Colonel Crabble turned around to face his battalion staff, exclaiming proudly, "They'll never believe this back at Fort Benning." As this was happening, Lieutenant Colonel Sharp and the 2nd Battalion were clearing the town of Barbie when they saw the town hall had a balcony. And on the balcony were the local bigwigs, the mayor, everybody, just watching the mad scramble across the river. And, of course, Sharp's ongoing firefight with the remaining SS defenders. Now, forgive me for making assumptions about people, but after working on this series, my reading of Sharp is one of an exceedingly practical yet compassionate man. A man who loves his men and takes the profession of soldiering incredibly seriously. But every man has his limits. And after liberating a concentration camp or fighting SS fanatics across Europe, resulting in him now being a day's drive away from the Reichstag, he'd had enough. Walking over to a nearby tank destroyer, he asked the commander to aim his main gun at the town clock tower above the balcony and put an armor-piercing round through the 5 o'clock position. Which he did, with pinpoint accuracy. The German town hall staff and the mayor very quickly got the message and vacated the balcony in great haste.
You know what? That was effective, let's be honest. Like, that is not a very textbook-like, but it was very effective nonetheless.
By nightfall of April 13th, the 83rd Infantry Division had several battalions across the river from the 329th and the 331st. But more importantly, the combat engineers who had been following along behind with the assault boats immediately began work on a pontoon bridge. And these mad lads ended up being the real heroes. Not content with stealing a BF-109, they decided to steal a whole-ass river. Because they got the bridge up overnight, complete with a sign, naming the bridge in honor of the new President of the United States. The sign read, "Truman Bridge, gateway to Berlin over the Elbe. Courtesy of the 83rd Infantry Division."
He just had to remind them this is a war,
This crossing generated much consternation among the defenders of the western front of Berlin, causing it to be the subject of what may be the last concerted Luftwaffe ground attack operations of World War II, with multiple FW-190 fighter bombers desperately trying to destroy it. Alas,
good luck.
To no avail. And then, just to add the cherry on top, adding insult to injury, to get tank support up to the 331st and 329th, who were at that moment expanding the bridgehead and continuing the advance, the 2nd Armored Division had to ask permission to cross their bridge.
Nice.
After all of that, while the tankers had gotten to the riverfront first, ultimately, in the end, the first to cross the Elbe in force and begin operations against the Berlin defense perimeter was none other than the men of the 83rd and their ragtag circus.
Nice.
However, having reached the capital, resistance stiffened dramatically. Their advance was forced to be far more cautious than they would have liked, advancing just 3 miles out of the bridgehead before they got hit with a ferocious counterattack.
Damn it.
Except by now, the Americans had already established their defensive line, and the Germans just didn't have enough combat power left. A force of roughly battalion strength, aided by a company of Stug 4s, attempted to assault their position head-on, only to be ruthlessly cut down. However, the infantry did manage to surround Easy Company of Sharp's 2nd Battalion, located in a village on the east bank of the river. But the captain in command pulled off an absolutely insane move. He ordered all of his men into the various basements of all the buildings in town, and then called a battalion-wide fire mission on his position, using the newly issued VT proximity fuse artillery shells to delete the entire grid square with airburst fragmentation artillery.
Okay.
The Germans were forced to pull back with at least 50% casualties. And the total number of American casualties for this entire counterattack? 0. These last gasp counterattacks were repelled emphatically. And with that done, the men of the Ragtag Circus continued their push towards Berlin, marching into the town of Zerbst, seizing the position without firing a shot, liberating a POW camp in the process. They were now only 30 miles from the center of Berlin. And then, General Simpson, commander of the 9th Army, arrived at the divisional headquarters delivering devastating news.
Well, the only good broken arrow, yeah.
Directly from General Eisenhower via Omar Bradley, the 83rd was to hold its present position and await the arrival of the Red Army. The drive towards Berlin was to be halted at once.
No way!
At the Yalta Conference, lines of demarcation had been drawn, and east of the Elbe was territory scheduled to be ceded to the Soviet Union. Logically, this made sense. Why make Americans die for land they're just going to have to give back in the end? Thus, the capture of Berlin was to be left to the Soviets. Despite the fact that refugees fleeing westwards were already blocking Truman Bridge, the humanitarian crisis resulting from the Red Army's advance was already causing serious issues. In fact, the 83rd had been welcomed as liberators in several of the towns they'd captured because the citizens knew it meant they wouldn't be turned over to Stalin.
Damn.
As we know from history, the cost of this to the German people, both immediately and later during the Berlin airlift, as well as the nationalist propaganda coup the Soviet capture of Berlin would provide to the Soviet and later Russian imperialist political causes, would be catastrophic.
Very.
But at the time, their concerns were more immediate. Americans were dying in Europe every day. Americans they would sorely need to storm the beaches of Kanto and Kyushu. Which came with the next piece of news. The 83rd, despite being on point from Omaha to the Elbe, was once again earmarked to reinforce an invasion on D-Day +10. This time during Operation Olympic, the invasion of Kyushu, Japan in 1946. Thus, the thunderbolt across Europe came to a halt. The ragtag circus had given its final performance. For over a week, they held their position until, on April 29th, the leading elements of 1st Ukrainian Front made contact with the division in a town east of Zerbst. On May 9th, VE Day arrived with very little fanfare. As Colonel Krabble says in his diary, it was very anticlimactic.
Yeah.
And after they spent the next 2 months training for combat, Japan's surrender in August of 1945 was even more so. At long last, the war was over, and the men of the ragtag circus could finally go home.
Sure.
During their campaign in Europe, they accounted for over 75,000 prisoners, more than any other single unit in the European theatre, and more than the entire US Army had taken in World War I. They captured several thousand settlements, including 5 major cities, and covered over 1,500 miles of territory, while fighting in every major campaign the 12th US Army Group was engaged in. And when all was said and done, the 329th Infantry Regiment, 83rd Infantry Division, held a formation parade for inspection by none other than General George S. Patton himself, who, after reviewing the Thunderbolts, said, "That is the finest body of soldiers I have ever seen in the field." An assessment that goes for every single man in the division. The Ragtag Circus accomplished feats that deserve to be written in the tapestry of popular histories of the Second World War, enshrined for eternity in every retelling of the liberation of Europe. The 83rd Infantry Division were courageous, cunning, and all-conquering, from Omaha Beach to the gates of Berlin. Yet many of their stories, legends, and accomplishments have gone forgotten for decades, known only to the dedicated researchers and World War II enthusiasts. But no more. These men will be remembered for all time. At least they will if I have any say in the matter.
Yeah.
And their legacy still survives to this very day.
Wait,
as the 83rd Infantry Division serves with distinction as a training cadre for the next generation of American leaders.
Awesome.
Teaching the men of the US Army the skills honed all those years ago. Keeping a legacy alive of ingenuity, inventiveness, and initiative. A mission more essential now than ever as the last of the Thunderbolts head out for their final campaign on the other side. And it is on that subject I will close the video. Because while many of these American heroes came home and had long, fulfilling lives, in their campaign across Europe, there is one thing everyone watching this video must remember. That behind all these funny stories I've told, all the heroics and acts of daring do I've relayed to you, there was a real human cost.
Yes.
And in this noble effort of liberation, in the cause of freedom justice, and liberty. 3,500 Thunderbolts laid down their lives to put an end to the worst era of our long and bloody history.
Yeah.
So join me in raising a toast to the men of the Ragtag
Salute to
Saints.
him, yeah.
And when you do, make sure that you pray for all of they who gave their tomorrows for our today.
Stand, everybody. That's a lot of names. Dear God. In other words, the soldiers of America, they aren't trained to follow one's orders blindly, but also think and act as needed. Yeah. They all are wrote down and remembered in one way or another. Yeah, they are. That was a big one. Very big one. And that would be it for today, to be honest. It's 2:20 a.m. at night. Oh my god, I need to go to sleep. Oh my god, it's way too late. Sadly, we will not be able to do another, at least one more reaction video, like Menko no more now. It will have to wait until next week, sadly. A shame to be honest. Oh, good night, Cowboy. Yeah, good night to you too. And as usual, wait, what is that pinned message, by the way? It is the... Alright, yeah. As usual, thanks to everybody who was around here for today. That being, of course, Rainbow, Darkseid, Dio over on YouTube, and Vart Jr., General Voice over on YouTube. I'll see you lot tomorrow when we will continue playing Need for Speed Most Wanted. We will do a lot of bullshit and probably we will do a little bit of WoWa like dailies. So yeah, until next time, Steam. Sleep tight, especially at midnight. Somebody that I am going to do right fucking now. Bye bye. Now.